Chapter 343. Well, this is where you will be staying for the next 3 months, a receptionist said as he opened the door and led Jing Tan and the others into the house. This person was sent by Yang Yi. Yang Yi had already arranged the accommodation. It was 3 rooms and a living room, enough for Jing Tan and the people he brought over. Is there anything else you need? The man asked. Charlie looked around, especially the room arranged for Jing Tan. As an assistant, Charlie had served Jing Tan for a few years. He was very familiar with Jing Tan's preferences. He could tell at a glance whether it was suitable or not. Obviously, Yang Yi still valued Jing Tan very much. Charlie was very satisfied with the arrangement of the room. When arranging the rooms, Yang Yi had asked Charlie and Jiao Pa naturally. There were some things that Jing Tan disliked, such as food, certain smells, etc. The windowsills were also newly installed with protective nets to prevent accidents. Not for now, Charlie said with satisfaction. Well, if you need anything, just give me a call. The man exchanged contact information with Charlie and left after talking about the daily arrangements. He had to report to Yang Yi and arrange the follow-up matters. Even though he was very curious about the black cat, he still held back. As one of Yang Yi's confidants, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. It was okay to be curious, but you had to know your limits. This time, besides Charlie, there were 4 other people who came with Jing Tan. Not all of them were here to serve Jing Tan. Charlie was enough. They came at the request of Yang Yi and Kong Han. Some of them were working as lighting engineers in Shaogua's studio, and some were working as sound engineers. No matter what, they were experienced in shooting cats, so they knew which lights would affect the cat's mood during shooting, which sounds would interfere with the cat, and so on. They also studied cat calls. In Jing Tan's view, a lot of them were superfluous. However, they were sent by Yang Yi and Kong Han, and by Shaogua's personal order. Jing Tan didn't care too much. Anyway, he wasn't the one who paid the salary, so he didn't need to worry too much. Even though their current profession was pet photography, most of the people in Shaogua's studio had professional backgrounds and were very familiar with this industry. Now that the movie had not started shooting, the few of them were sitting on the sofa watching TV and discussing. Jing Tan occupied a sofa chair and listened to their conversation. This city was close to the sea and was quite prosperous. It was said to be Kong Han's hometown. The choice of filming location was decided by the scriptwriter and director, Kong Han. Some time ago, someone had criticized the phenomenon of writer-director, saying that it would cause movies to have no depth and low creativity. In fact, this script wasn't considered innovative. Some comics and novels had similar plots, but Kong Han seemed to have his own obsession. Just like Yang Yi's documentary, they only needed an opportunity to pick up this obsession that had been suppressed in the bottom of their hearts. Rumor had it that Kong Han was also a cat keeper back then. He had been raising cats since he was a child. Another person with a story. Yang Yi had arranged for people from the 18th floor to the 20th floor of the residential area so that they could see the sea. Jing Tan and the rest were on the 20th floor so they could see the sea from the window of the living room. Jing Tan looked at the window next to him. The sky outside was bluer than Chuhua City. Obviously, the environment and air quality here was much better than Chuhua City. Charlie and the others were discussing what they knew. The actors for this movie had been roughly decided. When they were in the elevator just now, they had seen a guy who seemed to be an agent and instinctively recognized him. Hey, do you guys think Wei Wen has arrived? A person about the same age as Charlie asked expectantly. When the few men gathered together, the first thing they discussed was naturally the women. Wei Wen, as the main lead, was naturally one of the main points of their discussion. Other than Wei Wen, they also discussed a few female supporting roles. I didn't see Wei Wen, but when I went to park the car, I saw a girl who could cause a commotion just by moving. The person who spoke even reached out his hand and gestured in front of his chest with a wretched expression. Is she also from the crew? The others asked with bright eyes. The person shook his head. She doesn't look like it. The others immediately became listless. but they quickly became excited and started to discuss the other actors. As they were talking, the doorbell rang. Charlie, who was closest to the door, looked through the peephole and gestured to the people on the sofa. The few of them looked at each other and moved quickly. There was no trace of the wretchedness they had when they were discussing the topic that was not suitable for children. They had no choice but to be cautious. If there was a problem, they would have to pack up and leave immediately. Before they came, Xiaogua had told them that the crew was not their working group, nor was it the group that made the documentary. There might be a lot of tricks involved. A cat could not guard against anything, so naturally, they would have to deal with it. It was not that they were malicious. The human heart was unpredictable and it was always good to be cautious. No one wanted to build a ladder for others and harm their own interests. The person who came in was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Women always made men less vigilant. The woman was wearing casual clothes and had shoulder-length black hair. Although she was not very beautiful, when she smiled, her eyes curved and she looked very likable. "Sorry to disturb you, I live downstairs. My surname is Yang Huaishi, from Yixing culture. May I ask if you are also from the crew of Black Cat?" The woman with the surname Yang introduced herself. She was the manager of the few actors downstairs, and she was just here to visit. She did not talk much. After chatting with Charlie and the others for a while, she put down the gifts and left. After closing the door, Charlie and the others started to discuss again. She brought gifts when she visited. It's high-end tea. She's probably here to find out the truth. She has the same surname as the big boss of Yixing culture, probably not related. Why would she need to come here personally to find out? That's true. But it's better to be careful. I think someone downstairs wants to use our black ZT to make a name for themselves. Zheng Tan only listened to Charlie and the others' discussion. The sofa was facing the window, so when Yang Huaishi came in, she did not see Zheng Tan due to the angle. Zheng Tan did not care about those people. He was thinking about what the Jiao Pa had told him before leaving Chuhua City. When they were filming the documentary, the Jiao Pa had said that they could not be too smart, and that they had to make mistakes. Filming a movie required a lot of technical skills, so Zheng Tan was thinking about how to make mistakes as natural as possible. Compared to Zheng Tan, who was leisurely thinking about how to make a mistake, the main actors and supporting actors were much more nervous. This was especially true for the newbies who had been selected this time. They were afraid that something might go wrong. A single mistake could ruin their good impression of the director and the big boss. Of course, being on good terms with the crew, especially the more important ones, was also very beneficial for the small actors. Otherwise, Yang Huaishi would not have come up to ask about the situation. While they were testing each other in the temporary residence, Yang Yi was chatting with Kong Han after listening to the report from his subordinates. Although Kong Han had not acted in many movies, the response was not bad. It was just that he was young and did not have a satisfactory reputation in the country. Kong Han liked to use newcomers. This time, the main lead of the film was not considered a real big shot. The so-called popular young actors were just a joke to many people in the industry. There were many who were short-lived, not to mention those who were famous on the path of idols. There were also a few important supporting roles that people had never heard of before. There were also a few who were newly signed. Of course, most of them were from Yixing culture. Yang Yi was rich. No one would say anything if he invested money to promote his own people. As for who he would promote, it would depend on their performance. There were no superstars in this movie. Yang Yi, the big boss of Yixing culture, was here to watch the filming. The actors and actresses of Yixing culture knew what this meant, so they were nervous. Kong Han and Yang Yi were both people with high standards. Kong Han felt that the computer special effects in the movie made up for the actors' inability to perform difficult or dangerous actions to a certain extent. However, they would never be able to perform the actors' unique and charming expressions. Many famous actors and actresses often relied on a smile or a look to reach the realm of perfection and leave a deep impression in people's hearts. Therefore, Kong Han always felt that it would be more effective to use a real cat in this movie and not use computer special effects. As for Yang Yi, his focus was not on this movie. It was different from the documentary where he really put his heart and soul into it. This movie was just a channel for him to give his actors and actresses a chance to perform. Yixing culture couldn't compare to the big shots of the entertainment industry with some history. Therefore, Yang Yi wanted to create a superstar of Yixing culture. At the top of the pyramid of professional actors and actresses, there were very few superstars. There were many stars in the country, but the number of real movie stars was very small. Superstars who could bring investment trust and box office returns were few and far between. In the domestic movie market, there were very few real superstars who could attract audiences to the cinema. There were no more than 10 of them, male or female. Moreover, this was the overall lineup of the Chinese movie market formed by combining the resources of the three countries on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Other actors and actresses, although famous, could not guarantee box office returns. This included many names that the audience was familiar with. At the moment, the value of superstars was more reflected in the investment problem. When a movie had a truly luxurious cast, the investment problem was immediately solved. When a movie had a group of superstars, the future box office could be predicted. The investors would calmly invest a huge amount of money, not only to pay the actors and actresses, but also to use the scenes, special effects, equipment and other aspects. Therefore, when a commercial film attempted to create some creative possibilities, it needed the protection of these big stars. For directors, this was often a very helpless reality. Kong Han was one of the few people in the circle of directors, but it was hard to say what would happen in the future. This was the rule of this commercial era. Only superstars could make Yixing culture rise to prominence in this industry. Once, when he was filming Cats in the City, Yang Yi wanted to make Jing Tan into a superstar. Sometimes, as long as it was done well, animals could attract more box office returns than humans. Just because it did not happen now did not mean it would not happen in the future. Unfortunately, his wish did not come true. It could be seen from the reaction of the Biyao family during the documentary. This time, when they signed the contract for the movie, Yang Yi immediately dismissed the idea. "So, you want to see those seedlings perform?" Kong Han looked at the person across the table. Yang Yi laughed and said jokingly, "Actually, I'm more looking forward to seeing those seedlings perform with a cat. Don't think that cat will only follow the instructions." Chapter 344. Concealing one's weaknesses was a skill. While concealing one's weaknesses, one had to be able to conceal one's skills and not reveal one's true strength. This was what Jing Tan had been pondering. When Jing Tan had joined Xiaoguo's studio, he had heard a lot from the people in the working group. At that time, the people in the studio had said a lot of things in front of Jing Tan. They even criticized him and pointed at him. They thought that Jing Tan couldn't understand them, so they didn't care. Of course, they didn't dare to do that now. At that time, Jing Tan had learned the difference between a field cat and the more attractive and expensive cat breeds. Sometimes, the more eye-catching cat breeds didn't even need to do anything in front of the camera to attract people's attention, while the more ordinary ones needed to do more. In front of the stage and behind the scenes, more things were always needed to make up for congenital deficiencies. Jing Tan had learned to hide her weaknesses in front of the camera and present a better side of herself to the audience. That was what she had learned from filming her pets. Of course, concealing one's shortcomings and playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses seemed to be a necessary skill for stars. How to smile, to what extent to smile, which side profile was better, and so on, were all clear in their hearts. Why did many runway models, especially those who had their own exclusive lighting design, try to build a good relationship with the lighting designer? Every model had their own strengths and weaknesses, and each face had its own characteristics. Different lighting effects could be presented as strengths or weaknesses. When walking on the runway, there were cameras all around. In order to capture a more perfect picture, besides makeup, lighting effects were also a very important factor. A suitable angle and eyes, plus the right lighting, could directly improve the effect of showing off. Showing off in front of the camera was a skill. Zheng Tan had been very skilled in using this skill after shooting advertisements for several years. There were many people with acting skills, and there were also animals with acting skills. As long as they were trained, they could fool people, such as the famous monkey Chi Dada. Acting skills? Indeed, it was more vivid than the other monkeys. Perhaps the other monkeys were trained to imitate human movements and expressions, but Chi Dada would integrate some of its own emotions into it. However, from Yang Yi's point of view, Zheng Tan was different. Yang Yi had already noticed this during the filming of the documentary. Perhaps it was because he was now used to picking celebrities. Even if the person in front of the camera was just a cat, Yang Yi would not miss out on the small details. For example, Zheng Tan's small tricks in front of the camera. Sometimes, it was hard to associate this cat with a mongrel cat. It looked like a mongrel cat, but it felt different from the mongrel cats that one usually saw. This was also the reason why Yang Yi valued Zheng Tan. Perhaps, Zheng Tan himself did not know that his little tricks had been discovered. Previously, it was not without reason to include Zheng Tan in the superstar development plan. What a pity, Yang Yi lay on the recliner and looked out of the window, thinking about the possibility of tricking the cat over. On the other side, Zheng Tan squatted and looked at the three people blocking the door expressionlessly. He didn't make a sound or move. He just looked at them. It's here, it's that look again. Charlie, who was blocking the door, looked conflicted. They had to be conflicted. If they took a step back, they would feel uneasy. If they didn't, they would feel pressured under such a gaze. Every time they saw that look, they would feel a chill down their backs. Not just Charlie, even the other two people felt that way. However, because they promised Boss Squaw to look after the cat, they didn't do anything. Thinking about the situation when Boss Squaw went crazy, the three people who were about to move their legs put their feet back. Zheng Tan continued to stare at the three people expressionlessly. He had already stayed here for 2 days. The weather was good today, and the filming would only start tomorrow. At the beginning, he didn't have his own scenes. Yang Yi said to let him adapt here for a few more days. Cats need time to adapt to a new environment. Someone told Kong Han and Yang Yi that, so Zheng Tan was very free now. He didn't even need to look at the script. Charlie had already told him about the scene. When the time came, there would be someone to guide him step by step. He didn't have as much pressure as the actors. Once he was free, Zheng Tan wanted to go out for a walk. It was his first time in this city. If he didn't take a walk, he would feel sorry for himself. However, when he was about to open the door, the three people who were discussing the TV series on the sofa rushed over and blocked the door. They meant that they didn't want Zheng Tan to go out. Originally, there were 5 people. 2 of them were called over by Kong Han, so now there were only 3 people left here. The 3 people weren't easy to deal with. Zheng Tan couldn't fool them. He always felt that he was being watched. It was even more restrictive than when he was filming the documentary. He was in a bad mood. Charlie could naturally see that, which was why he was conflicted. He knew that when the cat was in a bad mood, it would easily cause trouble. No matter what it was definitely not something they wanted to see. In the end, Charlie had no choice but to call Xiaoguo to ask for instructions. They couldn't stay in a deadlock like this, right? If the negotiation wasn't good, the cat could open the door and slip away. They had to constantly worry about whether the key would be taken by the cat. Among the few people here, only Charlie knew that Zheng Tan would use the key to open the door. Therefore, they couldn't stop the cat. They had to negotiate. After asking for instructions from Xiaoguo directly called the Jiao Pa. Then, Charlie received new instructions. He took out a box from the supplies the Jiao family prepared for Zheng Tan. There was a cat tag in the box. The cat tag had a contact number on the back and a big Z on the front. Zheng Tan was speechless. When did the Jiao Pa put it there? Also, what was this thing made of? There was even a Z engraved on it. Zheng Tan knew that this thing should be able to locate the location. It was similar to the cat tag the Jiao Pa gave Zheng Tan when he went on a long trip. However, Jing Tan didn't expect the Jiaopa to give him another one because of Jing Tan's change of stage name. After putting on the cat tag, Charlie took Jing Tan out. The other two had nothing to do, so they followed. It was their first time in this coastal city, so they might as well take the opportunity to look around. This time, they didn't wear the uniform suit. They were more casual. This made Jing Tan sigh in relief. The looked very silly. Who knew what other people would think of it? They took the elevator down and stopped when it reached the 18th floor. A man and a woman came in. They frowned when they saw the three people and the cat in the elevator. When the man saw Jing Tan, his eyes were filled with disdain. He was about to say something when the woman next to him pulled him aside. Then, they started chatting happily with each other. They were talking about some interesting things. Charlie and the other two quietly moved their feet and blocked Jing Tan behind them. There weren't many people taking the elevator at this time. The elevator wasn't too crowded and it went down quickly. When they reached the first floor, Jing Tan walked out of the elevator. The strange man next to him slowed down. When Jing Tan walked out of the elevator, he raised his foot and stepped on Jing Tan's back paw. Jing Tan instinctively felt that something was wrong. He quickened his pace. The man's leather shoes brushed past Jing Tan's tail and stepped on the ground. After a few quick steps, Jing Tan looked back at the man. The man had already put on his sunglasses, but from his expression, he seemed to be regretful that he didn't step on him. After Jing Tan glanced at the man, he followed Charlie and the others to the parking lot. Unlike other celebrities who had nanny cars, the car that they could drive now was borrowed by Yang Yi. It didn't look like a luxury car, but people who knew the industry could tell that it had been modified. Its safety performance was improved by several levels. After Yang Yi knew that they were going out, he told Charlie not to go too far and to call him directly if anything happened. Charlie chose the nearest square, where leisure and entertainment were integrated. It wasn't far from the place they were renting now. It was only a 20-minute drive. Because the temperature wasn't high, the windows were opened. Charlie was driving, Jing Tan was in the front passenger seat, and the other two were in the back seat. Jing Tan looked at the buildings and scenery outside the window. The wind that blew past contained some car exhaust, but there was also a fishy smell in the wind. Woof woof. A dog barked from behind. Jing Tan looked over. There was a dog looking out of the rear window of the car diagonally behind. It barked when it saw Jing Tan. Jing Tan ignored it at first. However, the owner of the car seemed to be playful. He sped up and controlled the speed of the car so that the rear window of the car was level with Jing Tan's front passenger window. Woof woof woof. The dog barked at Jing Tan. It didn't know what it smelled, but it sneezed. F***ck. It's not coming out. Jing Tan raised his hand to brush the fur on his face. He looked at the dog in front of him with a bad gaze. F***ck. A pharaoh. It's really a pharaoh. This is considered an unpopular breed in the country. Hey, Charlie, look at the road and focus on driving. This dog looks good. It definitely won't be less than 50,000. Charlie glanced at it quickly, then stared ahead and focused on driving. Looking at its appearance, I estimate it to be 100,000 or even higher, said the other person. They knew a lot about pets like cats and dogs. They could estimate the approximate price at a glance. Jing Tan didn't care if it was a pharaoh or a rat king. He wanted to punch it a few times now. Hey, it's still wearing a gold necklace. Wear a gold earring if you have the balls. Perhaps the owner of the other car was interested, and Charlie wanted to see the dog more. The two cars drove relatively slowly, and the dog didn't give up barking at Jing Tan. Its paws on the window moved twice, as if it wanted to reach over. Jing Tan stared at the dog with a gold necklace. His gaze became more and more dangerous. Not only did it snot my face, it also wanted to use its paws. Therefore, when the two cars were the closest to each other, Jing Tan stretched out half of her body and slapped the dog's face. The dog probably didn't expect Jing Tan to suddenly do that, and it was quite painful. It was stunned, but it was soon annoyed. It wanted to rush out of the window, but it was pulled back by the people in the other car. What a joke. He was driving, and he wanted to rush out? Was he looking for trouble? The two people in the back seat saw Jingtan's actions and were so scared that their hearts were in their throats. They quickly asked Jingtan to sit back down and not stick his head out. It was easy to get into trouble. Charlie also slowed down and distanced himself from the car. *CK, I was scared to death just now. One of them patted his chest. He thought that Jingtan would jump out directly. There were so many cars behind them. Jumping out was definitely asking for trouble. The car in front seems to be rich too. Do you think they will hold a grudge? The other person in the back seat was a little worried. He saw someone in the car take a picture of their car with his phone. Chapter 345. Looking at the distance between the two cars, the car in front had no intention of slowing down. Charlie and the others felt that the other party should not be so stingy. Otherwise, even if he did not immediately cause trouble, he would at least say some harsh words, right? Okay, don't think too much. We will reach the square soon, Charlie said. The two in the back seat made an N sound, but they felt that the other party's intention of taking a photo with his phone before leaving was a bit like the words, "Don't leave after school if you have the guts," after a conflict in elementary school. They shook their heads. They must be thinking too much. Jingtan did not think too much. Although he was sneered at just now, he slapped the other party and they were even. They came out to get some fresh air, not to be bullied. Adjusting their mentality and playing freely was the right thing to do. After circling around the square to get a general impression of the place, Charlie found a place to park the car, and then the three people and the cat walked to the square together. This commercial square was a combination of leisure and entertainment. There were fun places and shopping centers, and there were many young people coming and going. Shopping was a bit difficult. After all, they had a cat with them. They could only find a place to sit first and then take turns to buy things. They came here to buy some specialties to bring back. Because Jingtan was there, it was inconvenient to bring cats into many shops. Some food stores also had signs that restricted pet access. So, after looking around, Charlie chose a beverage store on the side. There were some tables, chairs, and umbrellas outside the beverage store. Some rest tables and chairs were also set up in the square. Now, probably because it was working in school hours, there were not many people. There was an empty table, and Charlie hurried over. The empty table with an umbrella that belonged to the beverage store was gone. Charlie and the others found a table and chair that could not be moved for public use in the square, and there were no umbrellas. Fortunately, the weather was not hot now, and it was okay for the three rough men to bask in the sun. Charlie and Jingtan stayed here, and the other two went to sell some food and see if there were any special souvenirs. A volunteer came over with a newspaper. Charlie bought a copy to support the charity event and read the news of the city. Jingtan squatted on a chair and looked around, then his eyes fell on a table not far away. Under the parasol, there were two women sitting there. One was wearing sunglasses, and the other was in her early 20s with a ponytail. She was whispering something to the former, and the latter replied with a few words. Jingtan didn't recognize the ponytailed girl, but Jingtan had an impression of the one wearing sunglasses. He didn't recognize her by her face, but by her voice. If Jingtan remembered correctly, the woman's name was Yang Huaishi. She was currently living on the floor below them. She had even visited them upstairs and left them a box of high-end tea leaves. Probably because the other party was wearing sunglasses, Charlie and the others didn't recognize him when they looked around. Jingtan couldn't see Yang Huaishi's face because he was sitting on the sofa that day, but he remembered his voice. Yang Huaishi's voice wasn't loud now, so it was hard to recognize him by ear, but it wasn't too difficult for Jingtan. He remembered that the other party had also mentioned that she was a manager with a few small celebrities under her. So, the other woman who looked quite delicate and gave off a refreshing feeling was also a celebrity? But she wasn't wearing sunglasses or a hat. Shouldn't celebrities wear sunglasses or a hat when they go out? At least, that was what Jing Tan felt. After looking over there for a while, Jing Tan shifted his gaze and looked elsewhere. Then, he saw a very strange person at the corner. That person was facing the glass of the shop next to them, his face twitching. Jing Tan was curious and wanted to go over to take a look. As soon as he jumped down from the chair, Charlie noticed him. Even when he was reading the newspaper, he would occasionally divert some of his attention to stare at Jing Tan. Black. Z, don't go too far. Charlie said nervously, afraid that Jing Tan would run away. Although the cat had gone for a walk in Chuhua City when they were filming outdoor pet commercials and videos, this was an unfamiliar city after all, and it was difficult to deal with any trouble. Jing Tan glanced at Charlie, indicating that he understood, and continued to walk in that direction. The shop at the corner was connected to the shopping center. It used one-way transparent glass, so people standing outside looked at the glass as if they were looking at a mirror. The person standing in front of the glass looked like he was in his early 20s, and his clothes were not conspicuous. At this moment, the person stood in front of the glass, his facial expression changing. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was worried, and sometimes he was embarrassed. One moment it was as if he had swallowed a mouthful of delicacies, and the next moment, it was as if he had smelled dog poop, and he wanted to vomit all over the ground. People who didn't know what was going on would probably suspect that this person was crazy, or that his face was twitching. But Jing Tan felt that this person seemed to be practicing his acting skills, because sometimes this person would stop and think, and then slowly change his facial expression in front of the glass. Jing Tan walked over and squatted there to watch this person change his face in front of the glass at a close distance. Probably because Jing Tan's attention was too strong, the person's line of sight moved slightly to look at the cat's reflection in the mirror, and then turned sideways to look at Jing Tan, who was 1 meter behind him, and then scratched his head awkwardly. It was always a little embarrassing to be looked at like this, even if the other party was a cat. Boots. Come here for a moment. Yang Huaishi waved over. At the same time, Jing Tan also noticed that Yang Huaishi was sitting at the table where he was sitting, talking to Charlie. Another young woman also sat over. Mr. Charlie, this is Xue Ding, we all call him Little Boots. Boots, this is Mr. Charlie. Yang Huaishi introduced them to each other. There were only 4 chairs here, and now that 3 people came over, Jing Tan didn't sit, and just squatted at the side. He didn't need to argue with the 3 people over a seat. Charlie glanced at Jing Tan, and seeing that Jing Tan didn't seem to be impatient, he let out a sigh of relief, and then continued to talk to the 3 people cautiously. After listening to them, Jing Tan found out that the girl with the framed glasses was called Tao Qi, and the young man who was practicing his facial expression in front of the glass was called Xue Ding, and they were both playing supporting roles in the film. Tao Qi graduated this year, and she was a professional. Not long ago, she was signed by Yi Xing Culture. As for Xue Ding, he didn't have any formal acting training, but he was an extra for a few years, and was later recruited by Yang Yi. They were the new batch of people who were signed. We didn't start filming today, and I saw that they were too nervous, so I brought them out to relax. Because they're newbies, they're not popular, so no one will disturb them if they sit outside. Yang Huaishi smiled as he spoke to Charlie, and his words were all about the 2 people, which made Charlie confused. What was the use of praising newbies in front of him? He wasn't even from Yi Xing Culture, so he had no right to speak. Yang Huaishi was Yang Yi's distant relative, a distant relative in modern society. Compared to ancient times, their relationship was even more distant. Yang Yi only let Yang Huaishi guide the newbies because of the recommendation of an elder in his hometown, and because he saw that Yang Huaishi had a few years of experience and was a good person. Other than that, Yang Yi wouldn't specially open the door for her, and Yang Huaishi had to do it herself. The reason why Yang Huaishi was so polite to Charlie, and even introduced the 2 newbies through Charlie, was because she happened to see the car Yang Yi gave to Charlie. It was a car specially modified by Yang Yi. According to the information from the elders in her family, Yang Yi wouldn't personally arrange things if he didn't value them. This was also the reason why she went upstairs to ask about it that day. She didn't expect Charlie to be very capable, as long as he mentioned Tao Qi and Xue Ding's good points when talking to Yang Yi. Her current career depended on these two people, and this movie was the most important. It would be even better if Big Boss Yang saw her in a different light. If Charlie knew what Yang Huaishi was thinking, he would definitely tell her that the guy who really had the right to speak was squatting on the ground and yawning in boredom. As they were talking, Tao Chi's phone rang. "Sorry, I have to take this." Tao Chi got up and walked a few steps away. Not long after, she came back and said to Yang Huaishi, "Sister Yang, Irene said that she and Ronald will be here later." A trace of displeasure flashed in Yang Huaishi's eyes, but she recovered immediately and briefly introduced the two to Charlie. Irene was signed by Yi Xing Culture at the same time as Tao Chi. Irene had participated in a TV series before, and her pay was 20,000 per episode. She heard that someone was looking for her now, and her pay was raised to 50,000 per episode. In Yang Huaishi's opinion, Tao Chi's biggest competitor was Irene. As for Ronald, he was a mixed blood of the Three Kingdoms, which actually referred to the Three Kingdoms of East Asia. Zheng Tan didn't understand. If you wanted to be mixed blood, you should have mixed further. What kind of mixed blood was this? Irene was also a supporting character in this movie, and her scenes were similar to Tao Chi's. As for Ronald, he wasn't from Yi Xing Culture. He had just acted in an idol drama and was quite popular among high school students. At the same time, he was also the second male lead in this movie, and his scenes were more than the other supporting characters. Yang Huaishi's hidden meaning was that Ronald had some family background, and he got this movie through connections. Zheng Tan could tell that Yang Huaishi didn't like the two of them, especially Ronald. Zheng Tan didn't like Ronald either. This was a kind of intuition. Soon, Zheng Tan's intuition came true. The person who was walking over, wearing sunglasses and acting like an idol, was Ronald. He was also the guy who almost stepped on Zheng Tan's foot today. When Ronald walked over, Zheng Tan noticed that several girls were glancing in his direction. They hadn't been there before. At the same time, Zheng Tan felt Ronald glancing in his direction, and immediately became alert. "I'll go get 2 stools, Xue Ding stood up and said. After all, there were only 4 seats here, and there was no place for Ronald. Moreover, Ronald was more powerful than him, so Xue Ding didn't want to make things difficult for Yang Huaishi. "Don't stand on ceremony. Sit down, sit down. I can get it myself." Ronald patted Xue Ding's shoulder and walked around. When he passed by where Zheng Tan was squatting, Ronald raised his foot and stepped on Zheng Tan's cat tail. It looked like an unintentional move. When he stepped on it, Zheng Tan quickly retracted his tail and coiled it around his feet, looking up at Ronald. Ronald tilted his head slightly in Zheng Tan's direction and raised an eyebrow. Then, he walked straight to another table, where there was an empty chair. Zheng Tan looked at Ronald's back and narrowed his eyes. It was the second time. Although things shouldn't happen more than 3 times, and before leaving Chuhua City, Jiao Ma had told Zheng Tan not to cause trouble, Zheng Tan wasn't someone with a good temper. He didn't want to give others a third chance to step on him. The first step was on his foot, the second step was on his tail, and the third time might be on his entire body. By then, there would be several scenes with Ronald. Chapter 346. Although Zheng Tan really wanted to make this Three Kingdoms hybrid suffer some physical pain, he considered that if he was injured now, it would directly delay the progress of the entire film crew. Every day was money, and he would be looking for trouble. Zheng Tan temporarily gave up on this idea. He still wanted to finish filming early so that he could celebrate New Year's Day. Changing the actor? Since he was able to get this second male lead in this movie that was basically made up of Yixing culture actors, and he had pulled some strings, it meant that there was an exchange of interests. If something went wrong, with Yang Yi's IQ, he would definitely have some ideas. Zheng Tan still planned to get Yang Yi to give him a red packet, so he could only suppress the physical pain for now. Since he couldn't directly be ruthless now, he could at least make the other party feel uncomfortable. Just as Zheng Tan was thinking about how to make Ronald feel uncomfortable, the film crew officially started filming. Zheng Tan didn't have any scenes in the first few days, but he was still called to the filming site by Yang Yi. All the teams in the film crew were ready. The camera team, recording team, lighting team, art team, and so on were all in place. Unlike the more relaxed atmosphere when Jingtan was filming the documentary, there was a tense atmosphere on the set. He didn't know if it was because of the big boss, Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked Jingtan to come over so that he could familiarize himself with the set. At the same time, he could also take a look at the other actors filming and get to know them better. Of course, this task was actually handed over to Charlie, and Charlie loved to nag when he was nervous. Ever since he entered the set, Charlie hadn't stopped nagging. Your first scene is about waking up. It's the scene where the male lead wakes up in the morning after sleeping and turning into a cat. Don't think that it's easy. We have to observe how the male lead usually wakes up. Also, your eyes must have that kind of sleepy feeling. Do you know the feeling of haziness? Why don't you take a nap first? Also, don't forget to brush your teeth seriously. I heard that you have to take a close yawn scene. It's not good if there are shreds of flesh between your teeth. Your teeth must be white. Come, open your mouth and take a look at your teeth first. Yang Yi was busy at the moment and had no time to attend to Jingtan's side. Kong Han's side was also busy. A few of the main and supporting characters who had scenes were all busy with their own things. Generally speaking, after studying the script and deciding on the actors, the filming of the movie would enter the pre-production stage. During this time, the director and actors would rehearse, which was very beneficial for character analysis and acting preparation. Through the rehearsal process, the director and the actors worked together to figure out how to play their roles more successfully. Most of the time, this kind of work would last for several weeks or even longer. But this time, they were in a hurry. It was already September, and if they delayed any longer, some scenes would be difficult to shoot due to the weather. Therefore, there was not much time for the actors to figure out and practice. Only the lead actors and the director spent more time together. This was also the reason why Jingtan and the others had not seen the male and female leads in the past few days. Everyone was busy. Only Jingtan was so idle that it made people jealous. Charlie held the script and was still in deep thought, muttering to himself. Jingtan sniffed the air and slowly walked in a direction. Hey, where are you going? Wait, don't run around. This is the set. Charlie did not have time to say more. He and the other four followed closely behind Jingtan. Charlie, look over there. One of them nudged Charlie with his elbow. What are you looking at? Now is not the time to look at celebrities. Charlie did not even raise his head. His gaze followed Jingtan, holding the script in his hand. No, look. Charlie had no choice. He raised his head and looked in the direction his companion was pointing. F***CK. Charlie said in a low voice. Jingtan brought Charlie and the others to the place where a big-eared dog with a golden necklace was squatting. It was the pharaoh that was slapped in the car that day. The pharaoh also saw Jingtan. It wagged its tail and stared at him. It was probably ordered by its owner to squat there obediently and not bark. That was why it was so obedient. Otherwise, if there was no guarantee, Yang Yi would not easily let someone bring a dog into the set. However, there did seem to be a dog in the movie, but according to the original script, it should be a small Yorkshire, not a big pharaoh. Just as Charlie and the others were thinking about leaving quickly, a voice came from the other side. Yo! What a coincidence. The owner of the voice walked towards the pharaoh. Judging from the pharaoh's servile manner of wagging its tail, he knew that it was its owner. Charlie and the others suddenly became nervous. When this person said, "What a coincidence," he did not look surprised at all. It was obvious that he knew that they would come here. Sure enough, I told you that they wouldn't let it go. The other two people who went out with Jingtan that day whispered. Oh no, he won't find trouble with Black Z, right? Another person said. As they were talking, Yang Yi asked Charlie and the others to go over. Old Wang, are you talking about them? Yang Yi pointed at Charlie and the others who had uneasiness in their eyes and said to the person who was touching the dog's head. Yes, you don't know. That cat has a bad temper and is very brave. It was lying on the car window and slapped it when it rushed over, Old Wang said with a smile. He did not look angry. You must have provoked it first, Yang Yi said with certainty. Old Wang just smiled and did not refute, but his eyes were staring in Jing Tan's direction. Jing Tan was not afraid. When he saw the dog, he had thought about it. Regardless of whether the other party came here intentionally or not, if they met now, if the other party insisted on pursuing the matter, he could still ask Yang Yi for help. If he backed off now, what would he do if he could not find anyone to help him when trouble came? He was not familiar with the place. The Pharaoh Hound's owner was surnamed Wang. Although Yang Yi called him Old Wang, he was actually 36 or 37 years old, not even 40 years old. He looked like a nouveau riche, but he knew both Yang Yi and Kong Han. From the way Yang Yi spoke to him, it could be seen that he had a good relationship with Yang Yi. After Charlie came over, Old Wang chatted with Charlie, which made Charlie and the others feel much better. So, the original Yorkshire's role has been changed to this Pharaoh Hound? Charlie looked at Yang Yi. Yes, we have already discussed with Yorkshire's owner. When the time comes, we will let Mika appear. The script has also been slightly adjusted. Take a look, Yang Yi said. Originally, the Pharaoh Hound was named Michael by Old Wang's wife. Old Wang said that he wanted to give it a more Western name. In the end, Old Wang, a bad student, said that the name sounded like a card seller, so it became the current Mika. It must be hard for Mika to have a bad student as a master, Yang Yi thought. So that was it. Charlie and the others were relieved. Heh, this is also called, no discord, no concord. Indeed. Mika had been trained, but it was easy to get carried away. That day, it was leaning on the car window to bark. As for sneezing, Jing Tan now knew. Under non-training conditions, this dog would sneeze as long as it was stared at for more than 15 seconds. Jing Tan stared into Mika's eyes. After 10 seconds, the dog could no longer sit still. After another 5 seconds, it sneezed. Continuing to stare, it continued to sneeze, and it even turned left and right and whimpered softly, as if embarrassed. Of course, this was only the reaction of people who stared with good intentions. If they had bad intentions, the treatment was completely different. Not only would it bark, it was possible that it would pounce and bite. The film crew was very polite to Old Wang, and so were the actors. They probably knew that this person was a potential investor. Even if there was no investment in this movie, there would be investment in the future. It was better to build a good relationship. After leaving, Charlie and the others were talking. In the narrow corridor, a few people walked over. Excuse me. The person walking in front forcibly blocked Charlie and left the corridor for the people behind. Although it was not spacious, it was still possible for 3 people to walk side by side. However, that person blocked Charlie and the others, making it difficult for them to move. It was not until all of them had walked past that he let go of Charlie and the others. Hey, Charlie, who are they? The person walking in the middle is called Ronald, an idol star. You two didn't go out that day, so you didn't see him. Oh, it's him. He's not a big shot, but he's so arrogant, one of them muttered. He has a backer. Forget it, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Adhering to the principle of taking a step back, Charlie continued to walk with his people, and Jing Tan heard the words of the people who had already walked past. We were a little too tough just now. We still don't know the details of the other party. The person who spoke was the person next to Ronald, who should be an assistant or something. Ronald smiled nonchalantly and said, "He's just a cat feeder." Do you really think he's that capable? Listen to him. He's just a cat feeder. His tone was just like how some people who lived a luxurious life would mock the villagers, saying, "He's just a farmer." He was blatantly looking down on others. Looking down on Charlie? Isn't he just a cat feeder? Doesn't have much capability? Pfft, just wait and see. The few of them spoke softly, probably for the sake of their image. Others did not know what they were talking about, but Jing Tan's sharp hearing allowed him to take note of it. After filming began, Jingtan saw the two main leads, Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian. Wei Wen was now regarded as a goddess by many young people. Needless to say, she was extremely charming. As for the male lead, Shi Xiaotian, he was the type that everyone, from teenage girls to middle-aged women in their 50s or 60s, adored. He was a rather cheerful young man. Be it Wei Wen or Shi Xiaotian, both of them were very well behaved. Or rather, they knew how to restrain themselves and knew where they stood. Firstly, they were not big shots, secondly, they did not have a strong backer, and thirdly, they had to work hard to impress the big boss. Of course, they would do their best to showcase their strengths. In the film crew, regardless of whether it was the lighting, prop masters, or some of the workers whose faces were hard to remember, the two of them behaved appropriately and did not lower themselves or appear to be high and mighty. Charlie, who had just chatted with Shi Xiaotian and Wei Wen, was now in a state of excitement. He held on to the autograph and shared his excitement with the other 4 teammates. Jingtan, on the other hand, was much calmer. He saw Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian walking over to talk to a person who was fiddling with the camera. They addressed him as Teacher Jiang, politely and respectfully. At the same time, Tao Qi and Xue Ding, who were memorizing their lines, were leaning against the wall near Jingtan while Yang Huaishi was whispering to them. If they were just memorizing their lines, Jingtan would not have paid much attention to them. However, they were talking about the person who was filming. That person's surname is Jiang. Tao Qi, you should know him. He's in charge of filming and also a teacher of your drama academy. He has the right to stop filming on the set. Jingtan looked at the middle-aged man whose looks were really unflattering. He was a figure that could be easily overlooked, but could not be ignored. Chapter 347. Based on Yang Huaishi's words, this Mr. Jiang seemed to have some background. That was to be expected. Anyone who was invited by Yang Yi to the film crew, be it filming or delivering lunchboxes, was no ordinary person. He had long heard that many film crew members were capable of doing their own professional work in dealing with unexpected situations such as fires and explosions. They were all amazing people. As for this Mr. Jiang, his job in the crew was to hang the film on the camera and film it. After filming, he would study the movements on the film and cut out the parts that he was not satisfied with. Then, he would link the parts that he was satisfied with and show it to everyone. During the filming process, Yang Huaishi said that Mr. Jiang once called for a stop when an actor was in the middle of filming because he wanted to change the film. Another time, when an actor was in the middle of a scene where he successfully killed a spy, Mr. Jiang called for a stop again. The reason was that he did not see the actor's knife clearly and wanted the actor to kill the spy again. That actor and the spy, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, both cried silently. Later on, some actors would ask him before filming, "Mr. Jiang, are you done hanging the film, or can you move the camera so that we can see my movements clearly from here?" However, this person had his own ideas and it was difficult for others to change his mind. Of course, if it was a big-name actor, he would not call for a stop and would only cooperate. As for small actors, sorry, they had to listen to Mr. Jiang's words. Zheng Tan walked in front of Mr. Jiang and looked at him. He wanted to understand this person's temper and what he thought of Ronald and himself. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Mr. Jiang called for a stop at an unsuitable time. The person who was fiddling with the camera noticed Zheng Tan's gaze and turned to look. When he saw that it was the cat that Mr. Yang mentioned, he was puzzled. What was this cat trying to do? Could it be that it wanted to build a good relationship with him before filming like the other actors? Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang shook his head and laughed at his own thoughts. Then, he turned back and continued to fiddle with the camera. After a while, he found that the cat was still next to him, seemingly interested in watching him fiddle with the camera. Can you understand? Mr. Jiang turned around and looked at the cat. He looked at the Z cat tag on the black cat's neck. Z, right? It's not your turn yet. Go to sleep. Pausing for a moment, Mr. Jiang took out a bag of unfinished biscuits from his pocket. He crouched down and handed it to the black cat, only to find that the cat gave it a critical look before turning away. Hey, is that disdain? Teacher Jiang said to the person next to her. That look in its eyes just now was one of disdain, right? I think so. Seeing Yang Yi walking over, Teacher Jiang told him what had happened earlier. Yang Yi looked at the black cat's retreating figure and smiled at Teacher Jiang. What do you think of that cat? Not bad. It's suitable for this show. Although Zheng Tan walked away, he kept his ears perked up, paying attention to the movements over there. After hearing the conversation between Mr. Jiang and Yang Yi, Zheng Tan was relieved. Mr. Jiang didn't hate cats, and his evaluation of him was good. Plus, because of Yang Yi, he probably wouldn't stop him from acting. As for Ronald, Mr. Jiang didn't mention him, so he didn't know what he thought. The movie was 1.5 hours long, with more than 100 scenes and thousands of shots. The number of scenes wasn't arranged according to order. Yang Yi and Kong Han had their own arrangements. Since the start of filming, Zheng Tan had watched the scenes of the two main leads, Ronald, Tao Chi, Xue Ding, and the others. Except for a few NGs at the beginning due to nervousness and unfamiliarity, everyone was fine in the next few days. Kong Han didn't show a sour face either. Although Zheng Tan didn't like Ronald, his acting was really good. He didn't know if it was because he was playing the role of an arrogant rich second generation, but his acting wasn't bad. The scene they were filming now was the scene of the male lead, female lead, and Xue Ding. As the neighbor of the male lead, Xue Ding's side character appeared quite often. Zheng Tan squatted next to Yang Yi, listening to Yang Yi and Old Wang talking in a low voice. There was no one else here, so their whispering wouldn't be heard by others. That side character isn't bad. He wasn't overshadowed by the two main leads, nor did he steal the show. His acting is okay too, Old Wang said. He didn't use too many professional words to comment and instead just gave a simple summary. Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian were both talented and had received professional education and training. They also had experience in acting. Hence, there was no doubt about their abilities. If they weren't capable enough, Kong Han wouldn't have let them play the lead roles. To everyone's surprise, Xue Ding, who usually didn't stand out, was also praised by Kong Han and Old Wang. Old Wang's evaluation of Xue Ding's "not bad" was already considered high. He's a newly recruited extras, Yang Yi said. Although it couldn't be seen on his face, one could tell from his tone that he was quite satisfied with Xue Ding's performance. One of the reasons why Hollywood movies were so popular around the world was because of their actors. Not only did they have a team of international stars, but they also had hundreds of thousands of professional and semi-professional actors. In Hollywood movies, the pedestrians on the streets, soldiers in battle, tourists on the beach, and diners in restaurants were almost all played by professional and semi-professional actors. They weren't random passers-by. Over there, even if they were working as extras, they could still earn a middle-class income. This large and high-quality team of extras was an important part of the strength of Hollywood actors. Similarly, there was also a team of more than 100,000 extras in the local movie industry, who were often referred to as drifters in the industry. However, the standards of local extras were mediocre and they generally didn't receive professional education. Most of them didn't have the basic qualities of an actor and were just living props during filming. Most extras couldn't catch the eye of those professionals, but there were a small number of extras who could master a certain level of acting skills after a long period of practice, such as Xue Ding. Back when he was overseas, Yang Yi had specially observed the filming of movies over there. After he returned, he also went to some filming locations to take a look at the extras. Xue Ding was discovered by Yang Yi at that time. After observing him for a period of time, he finally decided to sign him. Yang Yi was a person who liked to discover new things. The older generation of performing artists once said that there are only small-time actors on the stage and there are no minor roles. Even if it's just a line, it has to be well acted out. Even if it's a supporting role or a cameo, the effort and enthusiasm put into it should be comparable to playing the lead role. Yang Yi said, "I once found out that the kid practiced the action of drawing a gun hundreds of times just to play the role of a cameo police officer." Yang Yi took a fancy to Xue Ding's serious attitude. There were so many actors every year, and most of them had received systematic training. Even if they were professionals, after a few years, some were very famous, some were unknown, some had superb acting skills, and some were just there to make up the numbers. Character and ability weren't proportional, and reputation and talent weren't always proportional. Have you heard of a saying? Yang Yi asked. What? Stupid people can't put in the effort to be stupid. Stupid is what smart people do. Old Wang smiled and didn't say anything. He was recognized as a bad student back then, but looking at it now, those classmates of his, those peers who were once high-spirited, were still working day and night for a house. Zheng Tan was deep in thought at the side. After another week, it was finally Zheng Tan's turn. Since the day before, Charlie had been acting even more nervous than Zheng Tan, which amused Yang Yi. Of course, perhaps in the eyes of many, cats wouldn't be nervous and wouldn't realize what they had to do next. The one who was nervous was naturally Charlie. That was understandable, and everyone expressed their understanding when they saw Charlie. Charlie was on the verge of tears. After arriving at the set, Charlie once again told Zheng Tan about the scenes he had to film today. After a break after Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian's scene, Zheng Tan's scene began. Charlie gripped the script tightly, his palms sweaty, and the paper of the script was wrinkled. Everyone around them craned their necks to watch, and the actors who had just finished filming the previous scene didn't leave either. It was their first time acting on the same stage with cats, and it was a novel experience for them. Even Yang Huaishi didn't analyze the roles and lines for Tao Qi and Xue Ding, which was rare. Where's the cat food? Where's the cat food? Don't they have to prepare food when filming a pet film? Everyone was puzzled. Old Wang brought Mika along and watched from a close distance, which was rare for them. After receiving an okay from Charlie, Kong Han gestured for everyone to get into position. Action. After waiting for a few seconds, there was still no movement. The bulge on the bed looked like it was really asleep. Everyone around them was puzzled too. Do we have to use cat food to tempt it? Charlie and the rest were anxious. Black charcoal wasn't like this in the past. It would start as soon as it was shouted. Could it be that it didn't understand the word action? That didn't seem right either. Xiao Guo would sometimes say action, and it would also say action when filming documentaries. Sometimes, it would directly shout action, and this cat would also be very cooperative. What's wrong with it today? Ronald sneered as if he was watching a good show. His manager beside him tugged at his sleeve and pursed his lips disapprovingly. Kong Han frowned and then looked at Charlie. Charlie was so nervous that he was sweating all over. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't cooperate after Director Kong shouted action, and Kong Han looked over, he panicked and couldn't care less. He said to the other side, it's starting. The other side finally moved. In a somewhat messy room, on a small bed, a furry pointy black ear peeked out from under the thin blanket. The alarm clock rang. The lump on the bed moved, and the tip of a black inverted triangular nose peeked out from under the thin blanket. Probably because of the discomfort, a few long whiskers also shook twice. Its mouth opened and yawned, revealing the white fangs in its mouth. Its mouth was wide open because it was yawning, and its tongue was covered in spikes. It was obviously not a human's. Its half-opened eyes were hazy as if it had just woken up. It raised its head slightly and looked in the direction of the window. Because of the light shining in from the window, the pupils in its eyes shrank from oval to narrow shuttles, like a predator that had just woken up in the jungle. For this scene, from waking up to feeling uncomfortable to standing in front of the full-length mirror, there were no less than 10 takes. They were shot separately, and there was also a scene where it walked upright, which was also shot several times. It wasn't that Zheng Tan couldn't act, but that he didn't dare to act directly. He would be treated like a monster. Therefore, Zheng Tan pretended to be stupid and didn't act according to the script. Naturally, Kong Han would shout, "Cut!" But what Zheng Tan didn't know was that in the eyes of Kong Han and many others, this was enough of a hassle. After filming this scene, the people around them were still praising it, and Zheng Tan's face was hot. Chapter 348. The first day of filming went smoothly, and Charlie and the others were relieved. When they reported to Xiaogua on the phone, their tone was very relaxed. This made them feel more confident about the upcoming days of filming, and they were not so nervous anymore. The people in the film crew are very good to us. Whether it's Director Yang or Director Kong, they're all very nice to talk to. The people in the film crew are also very polite to us. No, we didn't reveal anything. Of course, we know that. We won't reveal Black Charcoal's background. Well, okay, Charlie was talking on the phone, Jing Tan was lying on the sofa watching TV, and the others were playing poker. The TV was playing an idol drama, and it was the one that Ronald was in. Ronald's role in the drama was very similar to that in the movie. Jing Tan looked at Ronald in the movie. If this person was really acting as himself, it would be easier to speculate this person's personality and preferences. Jing Tan had once thought of causing trouble and refusing to cooperate with Ronald when she was acting in the same scene as him. However, after thinking about it, she realized that it would only lower her reputation in other people's hearts and would not have much effect on Ronald. The only reason there was a cut was because of Jing Tan, not Ronald. The film crew would definitely sympathize with Ronald. Not only would it be counterproductive, but it would also interfere with the progress of filming. This method could not be used. While watching the melodramatic drama on TV, Jing Tan recalled the script. Black Charcoal, watch less of this kind of drama. You'll become an idiot if you watch too much of it. The person who lost a pack of cigarettes over there came over and said to Jing Tan. At the same time, he planned to take the remote control at Jing Tan's feet and change the channel. This person naturally did not think that Jing Tan could really understand these dramas. He only thought that Jing Tan was watching the annoying Ronald, and he wanted to watch a war of resistance against the Japanese. Jing Tan raised his paw and pressed down on the remote control when he reached out, not allowing him to take it. Meeting Jing Tan's gaze, the person shook his head helplessly. Okay, continue watching. After that, the person returned to the game and continued to play. After the drama ended, Jing Tan looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. It was better to wash up and go to bed. He still had to continue filming tomorrow. There were only 3 rooms here. Jing Tan had 1 room to himself, and the other 2 were divided among the 5 of them. In the following days, Jing Tan was still very idle. In the beginning, he wasn't used to it. After all, there were so many people around him. There were celebrities, and perhaps even future best actors and actresses. It was impossible to say that he was completely calm. However, Jing Tan quickly got used to it. He even had the time to think about when he should behave more clumsily. On this day, there was Jing Tan's scene again. The male lead went to the supermarket to buy an electric toothbrush. He thought that brushing his teeth after he turned into a cat would save him a lot of trouble. However, as soon as he paid for the toothbrush, he realized that black fur had started to appear on the back of his hand. He knew that he was about to turn into a cat, so he quickly drove home. There was a period of time for him to change from a human to a cat. He had to return home during this period of time. There was also a process of racing. Of course, during the filming, it wasn't really racing. He ran upstairs like a gust of wind. After he ran home, he slammed the door shut. The scene changed. In the room, the shopping bag rolled all over the floor. The person who had just entered the door was gone. There were only clothes and pants on the floor. A black cat crawled out of the sweatshirt. The filming went very smoothly. When Jing Tan crawled out, he even performed exceptionally. He looked like he was panting, and then he lay down as if he had lost all his strength. This scene is over. Kong Han was very satisfied with the results and progress of this morning's filming. He thought that it would be great if it continued like this. Unfortunately, Kong Han's good mood didn't last long. During the afternoon's filming, Kong Han flipped out. NG again, NG again, NG again, NG again, NG again. Kong Han slammed the rolled-up book in his hand onto the floor. His face was gloomy. Unlike his usual friendly attitude, Kong Han changed when he was filming. Sometimes he was irritable, and sometimes he looked like he was unapproachable. Zheng Tan looked at Ronald, who also looked unhappy, and the lead actress, Wei Wen. Although Wei Wen's expression was not obvious, it was obvious that she was also very dissatisfied. As for the reason for the NG, it was naturally because of Ronald. Before the filming started, Kang Han had told the lead actors and supporting actors about the scene. Although he didn't explain it in detail or in depth, this movie didn't have much depth to it. It sold novelty and comedy. But even if it didn't have much depth, it still depended on acting skills. When he talked about the scene, the other actors were very cooperative. Only Ronald didn't. He went out to fool around every 2 or 3 days. Kang Han also didn't force himself to be annoying. Originally, Kang Han thought that the role of the second male lead in the movie wouldn't be too difficult for Ronald. He was basically acting as himself, but there were always problems. Now, everyone was playing along with him, but he only had a straight face. He didn't even humbly ask about what he did well. There was a saying in the industry, when standing in front of the camera, you are the actor's only support. Therefore, even if all kinds of advanced modern equipment were fighting to go on stage, and directors could stare at the monitor from other places and give instructions, Kang Han was like most directors every time. He stood next to or near the camera so that it was more convenient for the actors to communicate with the director directly. He didn't want them to feel uneasy after filming a scene and think about how it was shot and what the director thought. But now, young Master Ronald didn't give him face. Although Kang Han was angry, he couldn't let Ronald be like this. "Ronald, come here," Kang Han said in a very bad tone. Ronald still looked unhappy. He only gave face to Yang Yi here. He didn't even give face to Kang Han. The assistant whispered a few words of persuasion before Ronald reluctantly walked over. Kang Han was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. At the same time, Kang Han decided in his heart that in the future, Ronald would be eliminated from all the movies he directed. This time, he let him join as the second male lead because of Ronald's father. Did this person really think that he was a super movie king that everyone wanted? In the future, this person should just act in idol dramas. This scene was about the female lead and the second male lead in the movie. The two of them had different opinions about the male lead's recent inexplicable disappearance. They also had a dispute. However, it was this scene that couldn't be passed. The reason was Ronald. "You should be acting like, 'I'm so good, why didn't you choose me?' not, 'I'm so good, you're nothing.' Also, you're acting, not imitating." Even vulgarities came out. It was obvious that Kang Han was quite dissatisfied now. The others didn't understand Kang Han's words, but Ronald himself knew. He was indeed imitating it. There was a very popular movie before. There was a rich young master in the movie, and the actor was an A-list movie star. He was very capable. The scene was where the rich young master was very angry with a disloyal woman. Kang Han had seen it before, and Ronald's facial expression was very similar to that scene. Or rather, it was almost a copy of that actor's expression. Ronald did a good job in imitating, but this wasn't the result that Kang Han wanted. He wasn't even used to this scene. Kang Han and Ronald talked alone for about 20 minutes. Then, Ronald probably got into the mood and continued to shoot. However, they changed the original plan. They would shoot a series of scenes from the quarrel to the second male lead sitting in front of the table pouring wine and then angrily leaving. Different directors' works had their own artistic characteristics. For example, some directors had their own unique way of using long shots. Moreover, each scene was a single shot. In other words, the scene that took place in one place had to be shot in one go without stopping. Of course, there might be rough and not enough details in this way, which was more difficult to shoot. Kang Han didn't belong to this category. Like many other directors, each scene in his works was composed of several shots. Influenced by some European and American movies, the shooting method of dividing the shots into smaller and smaller pieces was very popular. However, Kang Han wasn't a stubborn person. Since there were some small problems with Ronald, he just needed to find a suitable way to solve it. As for facial expressions, since Ronald couldn't act well, then forget it. He just needed to find another way. It wasn't that Kong Han didn't want to strive for perfection, but this was how actors were. When they really got into character, they would perform exceptionally well. Action. The female lead put the black cat in her arms on the chair as she spoke to the second male lead. Jing Tan jumped from the chair to the table. There were a few bottles of wine on the table. They were all high-end wine. At least, the bottles looked like high-end wine bottles. Today, after getting close to Wei Wen, Jing Tan realized that her figure was really good. Those breasts, those long legs, the others didn't even know what the black cat was thinking. They even thought that the cat was really obedient and cooperative. As expected of a cat that the director and boss found to shoot a movie. It was much less worrisome than Ronald. This time, Ronald did improve, but they couldn't look at it carefully. If they shot a close-up, it wouldn't work. However, it was up to Kong Han to decide how to deal with it. Jing Tan saw the two men arguing 2 steps away. She was so engrossed in her acting that the tip of her tail wagged twice. Curiously, she walked to the 2 unfinished cups of wine and dipped her claws into one of the half-filled cups to rinse it. This glass was slightly to the right. It was the glass that Ronald had just taken. The 2 people were so engrossed in their acting that they didn't notice Jing Tan at all. Jing Tan quickly retracted his hand and took a few steps away from the glass, as if this toy was boring. Kong Han, who had a gloomy face, couldn't help but smile. However, Ronald wasn't going to drink the wine in the glass, but the half-filled bottle next to it. Of course, he wasn't going to drink it all. He was just putting on an act. Since that was the case, he didn't call for a cut. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to film this scene. When the time came, it would add a joke to the movie. Perhaps the audience would think that this was the original arrangement. After the protagonist turned into a cat, she didn't like the second male lead, so she reached out her paw to stir the wine in the glass. She thought that she could trick the other party, but she didn't expect that the other party didn't take the wine glass. Instead, he took the half-filled bottle next to it. Besides, it wasn't easy for Ronald to make such progress. It would be a pity to stop. No one wanted to accompany him in NGs. The others around them had the same thought as Kong Han. Only Ronald's assistant was a little worried. He looked in Kong Han's direction and opened his mouth. However, Ronald had finally found his groove. If he stopped this time, it would be hard to say what would happen next time. Obviously, Kong Han didn't have the patience to continue talking to Ronald. Even Yang Yi showed obvious impatience. He didn't dare to be unlucky. Sigh, forget it. Hopefully, Ronald can follow the script. Teacher Jiang looked at Kong Han. Seeing that Kong Han didn't call for a cut, she didn't say anything. On the other side, after the second male lead and the female lead quarreled, the second male lead walked to the table angrily and sat down. Then, he took the half-filled glass of wine on the table and poured it directly into his mouth without leaving a single drop. He didn't even touch the half-filled bottle of wine that he had arranged beforehand. The people around them were speechless. Chapter 349. Next to them, Tao Qi, Xue Ding, and the others were holding back their laughter until their faces turned red. Yang Huaishi even covered his mouth, afraid that he would really laugh out loud. Even Kong Han, who had been gloomy for a long time, was so angry that he covered his face with a rolled-up book. Wasn't this Ronald looking for trouble? He didn't play by the rules, so who could he blame now that things had turned out this way? Ronald didn't pay attention to the glass just now. Although he felt that the taste of the wine was a little strange, he didn't care. He just wanted to act out the scene as soon as possible. After this scene was over and Kong Han decided to pass, Ronald noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. He thought that everyone was looking down on his performance just now and laughing at his NGs this afternoon. He snorted, took the sunglasses, and left. He didn't have any more scenes in the afternoon, so he planned to leave. He felt particularly unhappy here, so he went out to vent his anger. Kong Han didn't care about him and let the film crew take a 10-minute break before continuing. Although this scene was over, everyone was holding back their laughter, especially those who didn't like Ronald. They were very happy. In fact, everyone thought that Jing Tan's behavior just now was just the result of a cat's whim. After all, cats were always a little naughty. People who raised cats knew and understood. They didn't think that Jing Tan did it deliberately. It was just a cat. How could it be so complicated? However, it was this cat that had tricked Ronald in front of everyone. Everyone felt that Ronald had asked for it. This was what Jing Tan learned from Zhuo Kitten. Zhuo Kitten's method of teasing teachers and students made Jing Tan know that once you understood a person's habits, tricking them was a matter of minutes. Long before this scene, Jing Tan heard Ronald complain to his assistant about why he had to drink from a bottle. It was too indecent, like a homeless person on the street. Jing Tan saw that in the idle drama that Ronald acted in, there was no one who held a bottle of wine. Instead, he held a wine glass like a noble. Moreover, Ronald was a bit of a person who did things his own way. No matter what others said, he only did things according to his own preferences. To put it nicely, it was a love of inappropriate self-expression. To put it bluntly, it was called messing around. Jing Tan was just giving it a try today. It didn't matter if he couldn't trick Ronald. He wouldn't stop the show midway. He didn't expect Ronald to really drink it. In fact, the wine in the glass wasn't real wine. It was just some concocted drinks that looked very similar to those high-end wines. But what was in the drink after the cat's paws were rinsed? Dust? Bacteria? Oh, there were probably a few strands of hair from the cat's front paws, which were used to sweep the floor and step on the toilet every day. He drank all of it just like that. He drank so boldly. In many people's eyes, Ronald had drunk the cat's foot washing water. Of course, they wouldn't go out and talk about it. They were still filming, and it would cause trouble. Ronald only found out about this the next day. He was so angry that he smashed everything in his room. On the set, he didn't like anyone, and his attitude wasn't good either. Especially the way he looked at Jing Tan, it was as if he wanted to fight him to the death. His assistant and manager both advised him to bear with it for the time being, but it was obviously to no avail. One day, Ronald was late for the 7th time. Lao Wang laughed. "Heh, you're quite a big shot." Other than Yang Yi, only Lao Wang would say this directly. He didn't avoid anything and wasn't afraid of Ronald's revenge. He knew Ronald's background and could deal with it. Lao Wang looked carefree and said whatever he wanted, but if there was really someone he couldn't afford to offend, Lao Wang wouldn't say it like that. He wasn't stupid, and he definitely wasn't stupid to be able to work so hard to get to where he was now. This "heh" was obviously mocking. Ronald also heard it and glared at Lao Wang. Lao Wang smiled and greeted him, not avoiding his gaze. In the end, it was Ronald who looked away first. Lao Wang dug his ear with his little finger and turned to look at the dog next to him. "Mika, why do some people take things too hard and look for trouble?" Mika, who was squatting next to him, didn't understand its owner's words. When it saw its owner looking at it, 15 seconds later, it began to sneeze uncomfortably. "Look at your silly face." Lao Wang patted Mika's head and continued to think of a movie to invest in and let Mika make a cameo appearance. He heard from Yang Yi that in the previous documentary, the Shaoguang Group's chairman's cat made a cameo appearance. Lao Wang liked to follow the trend. After he became rich and had a status, he liked to follow the trend even more. It was the same for raising a dog, but it was different from raising a Tibetan Mastiff. He felt that the Pharaoh's breed sounded very appetizing. It sounded like it belonged to Lao Wang's family, so he raised it. Of course, those who could make him follow the trend were those who had a much higher social status than him. As for Ronald and Ronald's father, the father was good, but the son was a burden. "Fortunately, my son taught him well," Lao Wang thought proudly. In fact, if it was in the past, Ronald wouldn't have directly thrown his temper at teacher Jiang and the others. He wouldn't have casually offended those who had some seniority in the circle. However, Ronald's mood had taken a turn for the worse these few days, not only because of Jing Tan's actions that day, but also because of Kong Han's high expectations. When the pressure was great, his temper would become irritable. He would only restrain himself when Yang Yi reprimanded him. Kong Han almost asked him to leave directly. He would rather reshoot. If Ronald's father didn't call him personally, Ronald might not even be on the set. After being reprimanded by his father, Ronald was well behaved for a few days. However, he was only well behaved for a few days. Very soon, he started to cause trouble again. He would get injured every 2 to 3 days. Although it was a small injury, it was enough to make people worried. What was even funnier was that these injuries were all self-inflicted. For example, he insisted on taking a detour from the originally planned route. In the end, he almost scratched his leg. Although the frame built for the cat looked similar to the ladders that people commonly used, it wasn't specially made for people to use. During the shoot, Ronald didn't follow the original script to climb the stairs. Instead, he ran to climb the ladder. If Kong Han hadn't shouted cut, he would have really stepped on the cat and used the ladder to climb up. It would be lucky if he didn't fall and get injured. Zheng Tan didn't take the initiative to provoke him. He just made preparations. Every time, it was Ronald who came to him himself. After that, Zheng Tan would put on a very innocent face. Besides, it wasn't his fault. It was Ronald who took the initiative. He just helped a little. Every time it was Ronald's turn to act, Kong Han frowned. He knew that this young Master Luo was starting to play himself again. If it were any other actor, Kong Han would have already shouted cut. However, it was Ronald. He just wanted this young Master Luo to quickly finish the shoot and get out. Let him play himself. As long as the effect of the shoot wasn't bad, it was fine. Fortunately, he didn't let him be the main lead. He also didn't let him take on the other challenging roles. The other actors and staff also had the same opinion in their hearts. Why do you keep staring at that cat? The plank over there isn't strong enough. We told you to go from the other side. Did you go? The place where the cat is squatting is weaker. It's more dangerous for people to be there. Didn't they tell you? Didn't they tell you all these? Kong Han was speechless. This dissatisfaction was directed at Ronald, not Zheng Tan. He had always adhered to the principle of putting people first. Before shooting, he had to ask the relevant staff to be very careful. However, this person didn't follow the rules. If Kong Han's status in the circle was higher, he would definitely let Ronald leave directly. However, Kong Han was still young and hadn't worked hard to reach that height. Some things had to be endured. However, he complained a lot to Yang Yi in private. Yang Yi also promised that he wouldn't let Ronald act in other shows in the future unless this person made substantial improvements that everyone was willing to accept. Until then, it was better to not see it. Amid such fear, the shooting came to an end. Ronald's last scene was a bit of a struggle. He didn't chase after the gangster, but ran behind the cat's butt. In the end, he didn't know why he slipped and fell. His face was also injured. There was a circle of blood at the bottom right of his right eyelid. Kong Han asked Ronald's agent to quickly take Ronald to the hospital for treatment. As for the scenes, they could just reshoot it when the time came. What did people say about Ronald when they talked about him? He couldn't even compare to a cat. Fortunately, Ronald wasn't in the scenes involving the explosion. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? When they finally finished shooting, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone thought that they finally didn't have to worry about young Master Luo anymore. He was really hard to please. Even Charlie felt that compared to young Master Luo, Zheng Tan was simply too easy to worry about. This time, Zheng Tan didn't use a stunt double until the movie was finished shooting. Yes, in order to prevent some unexpected situations or uncooperative situations, Kong Han also found someone to borrow a black cat that looked quite similar to Zheng Tan. It was to be Zheng Tan's stunt double in this film. However, during this period of time, the cat had never been used. However, it didn't become anxious because of this. It was served with good food and drinks every day. It was quite quiet. After eating, it slept and became fatter. Compared to Zheng Tan, it was really too obedient. It was so obedient that it didn't have much vitality. However, for many people living in the city, it was easy to take care of such a cat. If it was really like Xingtan, they would probably be in a constant state of fear and worry all day long. If they didn't pay attention, they would realize that it was missing. It was already the end of December. Although the temperature here was slightly higher than in Chuhua City, it was obvious that winter was coming. At the banquet, everyone was smiling. Kong Han was smiling, and so was Yang Yi. No one dared to make Yang Yi drink and hence, targeted Kong Han. Yang Huaishi and the rest also took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Charlie. During this period of time, they had all seen Yang Yi and Kong Han interacting with Charlie a lot. Although it was because of the cat, Charlie also spoke up for Tao Chi, Xue Ding, and the rest. Not only did Tao Chi and Xue Ding come over to toast with Charlie, Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian also came over. During this period of time, Charlie was no longer as agitated as before. However, he couldn't help but feel excited again at the thought that they were all celebrities who would soon become famous. After the banquet ended, when they went downstairs, Ronald saw the cat standing by the stairs with its tail wagging. His face instantly grimaced. He pushed away his assistant's help and walked over. "Ah! Ronald!" Ronald's assistant exclaimed in shock. "What's the matter?" The others heard the commotion and walked over. When Yang Yi and Kong Han came out, they saw the scene of Ronald rolling down the stairs. "He drank too much, didn't he?" "Should be. I saw Ronald trying to step on the cat's tail just now. I don't know why, but he rolled down by himself. He probably drank too much and missed." The person who spoke pursed his lips. "He's courting death again." Everyone thought at the same time. Chapter 350. After the filming was completed, the actors left one after another, each with their own work to continue. Ronald was also brought back by his father's men. It was estimated that he would need to recuperate for a long time. People often say that it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Although it wasn't absolute, it still made sense. After knowing that Ronald had left, Charlie and the others were in a much better mood. They didn't have to worry about bumping into the young master anymore. Xiaoguo didn't rush them. He only asked Charlie and the others to go back a week before Christmas. Xiaoguo was now filming Old Cat. According to the reactions of customers and netizens, this real-life documentary was very successful. It had a lot of hits on the internet and was famous in the circle of cat friends. The documentary didn't just talk about how long cats lived. It also talked about the health of cats. What they ate, how much they ate, what they did, etc. These were all topics of discussion among cat friends. Although Xiaoguo didn't rush them, the Jiao family missed Xingtan. For the past 3 months, they called Xingtan every few days to check on him. Now that they knew that the filming was over, they urged Xingtan to go back quickly. Xingtan didn't want to stay here any longer, but Yang Yi said that there was still some work to be confirmed. He asked Charlie to bring Xingtan back to Chuhua City in a few days. Of course, during these few days, Charlie and the others were free. At the end of the year, relatives and friends would ask them to bring back some seafood or other local specialties. Therefore, Charlie and the others didn't idle around. When Charlie and the rest went shopping, they left Yang Yi at Kong Han's place. Kong Han had his own house in the city. During the filming, Yang Yi would stay at Kong Han's place for the time being. Kong Han's wife would stay in Jingcheng. After everything was settled, Kong Han would return to Jingcheng. Now, there were only Kong Han, Yang Yi, and Xingtan in the big house. After the filming, Kong Han had 2 days of rest. After that, he would participate in the follow-up work. At the moment, Yang Yi and Kong Han were talking about the soundtrack and theme song. The soundtrack had been handed over to a professional team to produce, but the theme song had not been decided yet. Xingtan jumped onto the coffee table and looked at a piece of paper on it. It listed the people involved in the music production. Among them, Xingtan saw a familiar name. Ah Jin's band was on the list. Xingtan did not expect Yang Yi to let Ah Jin and his band participate. When Yang Yi and Kong Han talked about Ah Jin's band, their comments were quite high, especially Ah Jin. Yang Yi admired Ah Jin very much and commented that he had unlimited potential. Unknowingly, the young man who had squatted at the door of the night building with a dispirited and hopeless expression back then had already grown to this point. Perhaps everyone who came out to make a living would have some kind of bumpy experience, just like Ah Jin and Xue Ding, who had worked hard for several years. As long as they were given a chance, they would try their best to shine. Oh, Black Charcoal, speaking of which, Ah Jin and his band are your old acquaintances, right? Only Yang Yi and Kong Han knew Jing Tan's background, so they directly called Jing Tan by his cat name instead of his stage name. As for the relationship between Ah Jin and Jing Tan, Yang Yi had also done some research. At that time, Yang Yi had taken a fancy to Ah Jin's band because of a popular song that year, Cat's Fantasy. Later, when he talked to Ah Jin, Yang Yi learned that Ah Jin and his band had risen in Chuhua City, and the completion of the song was also credited to a cat from Chuhua University. In addition to the cat that made Ah Jin compose the song, Ah Jin also talked about Jing Tan. After that, Yang Yi did some research. Because of this, Yang Yi felt that Jing Tan was very magical. Yang Yi did not like cats very much. Previously, he had made the documentary because of his grandfather, but he had also done some research on cats. He had never seen a cat with such ability. Thinking of the surprise when he saw the results of the investigation, Yang Yi shook his head. The world is full of wonders. Just as he was talking, Yang Yi's phone rang. He walked to the balcony to answer the call, then went out to the airport to pick up a friend. When Charlie and the others came, Yang Yi had not returned yet. Your flight is on Friday, right? Kong Han asked. It was already Tuesday, and Friday was only a few days away. No, we're driving back. There was a problem with the car before, and Mr. Yang asked someone to help tow it to be repaired, so we've been driving the car that Mr. Yang gave us. Now that the car has been repaired, it's more convenient for us to drive back, Charlie replied. Kong Han nodded. That's true. It's more convenient to drive back with a cat. You won't be tired if you take turns driving. Indeed. Oh right, Director Kong, if there's anything else you need, such as reshooting, just call me directly, Charlie said to Kong Han. According to the original plan, although the movie was now finished, it could only be considered as the completion of the early filming. Follow-up production was still needed, and this would last for a few months. As for the release, it would only be released next summer. It could be considered a summer movie. Okay, you guys be careful. Okay, Director Kong. Goodbye then. After leaving Kong Han's residence, in the car, Charlie and the others were still discussing the things they bought today. Some were for their mother, some were for their sisters-in-law, and of course, their wives and girlfriends were not lacking. I seem to have bought some things that I missed. A person in the back seat was holding a notebook and looking at the list, checking off one by one. He found that there were still a few things that had not been bought at home. I'll go tomorrow. There's not much left anyway. I'm almost done today. Tomorrow, you guys go shopping. I'll go out for a walk and take a few more photos. Tomorrow, bring Black Charcoal out with us. We won't have to send it to Director Kong again, Charlie said. They were all worried about leaving Jing Tan alone in the house. The other cats were fine, but Jing Tan was a special case. Otherwise, Charlie would not have bothered Kong Han. The others had no objections. Thus, the next day, Jing Tan followed the few of them around the city. Finally, they came to the beach. Charlie and the others wanted to take a few more photos here. Although there were not many beauties in gauze skirts and bikinis in this season, and there were not many people nearby, Charlie and the others' enthusiasm did not diminish. Looking at the sea also depended on the season. Some people compared the sea in May to a gentle young girl. It was a good time to bring your lover or wife, choose a sunset when the sun was not so hot, and go to the beach for romance. However, it was winter now, and there were 5 men and 1 male cat. There was no romantic factor. They came here purely to take photos as a souvenir. After all, Chuhua City was inland. They could see lakes and rivers, but they couldn't see the sea. Many people felt that the sea in this season was a bit fierce and did not like to look at the sea at this time. But there were also people who liked the shocking view of the sea with the cold wind and turbulent waves. Feeling the sea breeze, Charlie brushed his hair that was messed up by the wind. I heard that it will be colder here after a while. I can still bear it now. Zheng Tan had short hair, but he also felt the feeling of his hair being blown back by the wind. His whiskers were also moving. The few of them posed for photos, and Zheng Tan also joined in. However, after taking so many photos, there was not a single group photo. Let's find someone to help take a picture. The person with the camera looked around and his gaze fell on a figure walking towards them. He lifted his feet and ran over. Hey, beauty, can you help take a picture? Sure. The other party did not refuse and quickened her pace towards Charlie and the others. When the woman approached, Charlie and the others realized that she was really tall. The tallest among the 5 of them was a little more than 1.8 meters, about 1.828 meters, but standing in front of this woman, they did not feel the height advantage at all. Although the other party was wearing leather boots with heels, the heels were not considered high. From this point of view, this woman was definitely more than 1.75 meters. When they were with the film crew, Charlie and the others had seen a few female celebrities with beautiful faces and good figures. In comparison, the woman in front of them seemed a little weaker in terms of face, but strangely, even if this woman's face was not outstanding, even if she casually tied a ponytail, even if she was dressed simply, the overall feeling she gave off was not inferior to those celebrities. She even had a stronger aura, an indescribable feeling. When this woman walked over, Charlie and the others' heartbeats unconsciously sped up, and so did Zheng Tan. Are you a model? One of them asked. The other party smiled and nodded. Really? What's your name? I'll check it out later. I feel like you should be a famous model. Another of the 5 said. However, the other party had no intention of saying his name. He only said, just a small model. Probably realizing that his question was a little abrupt and rude, Charlie kicked the person who asked for his name, then looked at the woman in front of him and handed the camera over. Then I'll have to trouble you. The other party took the camera and waited for Charlie and the others to pose before taking photos. After taking more than 10 photos in a row, Charlie and the others finished posing. Thank you. Charlie said. You're welcome. The other party smiled and turned to leave. However, before leaving, her gaze stopped on Zheng Tan for a moment. Charlie and the others did not notice this, but Zheng Tan saw it. In fact, before this woman came over, he felt like he was being stared at. When the other party came over to take photos, Zheng Tan's feeling became stronger and stronger. Just now, the woman's gaze when she left also confirmed Zheng Tan's suspicions. However, Zheng Tan was sure that he did not know this person. If he had seen her before, he would definitely have an impression. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, her overall appearance would leave an impression. That kind of temperament was difficult to imitate. However, the other party did not have any malicious intent. It was more like she was sizing him up. After the other party walked further and further away and disappeared, Zheng Tan did not think about it anymore. As long as she did not have any malicious intent, it was fine. As for what the other party was planning, if it really involved Zheng Tan, they would eventually meet. After taking photos, the group went back and tidied up their things. They would have a good night's sleep tomorrow and drive back to Chuhua City the day after. Just as Zheng Tan and the others were discussing about going back, there was another person in Kong Han's residence besides Kong Han and Yang Yi. It was the woman who helped Zheng Tan and the others take photos at the beach. How is it, Li Wei? That cat is not bad, right? It's okay. Li Wei looked at the series of photos in her hand and said. In the photos in Li Wei's hand, there were other animals besides Zheng Tan's. There were cats, dogs, and a funny monkey with its teeth bared. Kong Han heard this and laughed. It's rare to hear, okay, from your mouth. It seems that you are quite satisfied. How about this? Li Wei hesitated for a moment. I'll take a look and see if I can get in touch with the others. Okay. Anyway, Kong Han and I think that cat is quite suitable. The others are definitely not as good as it, Yang Yi said proudly. Chapter 351. The day before Jing Tan and the rest were to return to Chuhua City, Yang Yi called to inform them that there were still a few scenes to reshoot and asked Charlie to postpone their departure by 2 days. Since Yang Yi had called them directly, Charlie and the rest could not refuse. Yang Yi had indeed provided them with a lot of benefits. Their expenses for the past few days were all covered by Yang Yi, so they did not have to worry about anything. Postponing their departure for 2 days was not a big deal. They just had to call home and the boss. The Jiao family was a little disappointed. According to the original plan, Charlie and the rest would depart on Friday and arrive on Saturday. Even if something happened along the way, they could still return to Chuhua City on Sunday. That way, the Jiao family could have a weekend off and reunite. However, the change of plan displeased Jing Tan and the Jiao family the most. Jing Tan felt that the Jiao Ma did not say anything during the call. She only told Jing Tan to return once he was done with his work, but now they had to postpone it by 2 days. Since Yang Yi and Kong Han had spoken, the Jiao family could not say anything. After all, they had been busy for so long and only the last stage was left. Even the smallest details had to be taken care of. A perfect ending would leave them with no regrets. Jing Tan believed in intuition. What was going on with the Jiao family? This time, only Charlie and Jing Tan came to Kong Han's place. The rest did not follow because Yang Yi said that Charlie alone was enough. He said that they would reshoot a few simple scenes, but when it came to Kong Han, Jing Tan felt that he had been cheated. First, he did not see the rest of the film crew. That teacher Jiang was not around, and the so-called reshoots were just a few steps according to Kong Han's request. Why would they have to reshoot that? Also, what did this have to do with the plot of the movie? Charlie had his doubts too, but since Yang Yi and Kong Han had already decided, he could not say anything. At noon, when Charlie was sleeping in the guest room, Jing Tan saw another person in the room. This person did not appear in the morning, but Jing Tan could feel her presence. The smell in the room was proof, and Jing Tan also felt that he was being watched. Now, Jing Tan was finally sure. How is it? Li Wei, is the effect okay? Kong Han pointed at the few videos that were taken in the morning and said to Li Wei. Li Wei no longer stared at the screen, but looked at Jing Tan. Jing Tan also sized up this tall woman with a strong aura. When they were at the beach, he didn't pay much attention to her. Now, it seemed that this woman was not simple. Her name is Li Wei. He felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Her memory was too long ago. She had probably heard of her before she became a cat. She couldn't remember who she was, but she was definitely not a small model like she said. Moreover, she was also familiar with Yang Yi and Kong Han, so it was even more impossible for her to be a nobody. More training would be better, Li Wei said. Of course. After all, I haven't received professional guidance. Yang Yi smiled. Even though it's not an expensive breed, it's still able to hold the fort. Just like you models, you don't necessarily need a stunning face, but you must have a certain temperament. Moreover, it had experience on stage, so it wouldn't have stage fright. It's much better than the other candidates you collected. Jing Tan was baffled. What were the two of them talking about? Did they ask for his opinion on the decision? Yang Yi saw that Li Wei was quite satisfied with Jing Tan, so he said to Jing Tan, "Black charcoal, do you want to participate in the show?" He didn't expect Jing Tan to understand much. Yang Yi just said it casually. He felt that whether this cat could participate in the show was up to the Jiao family. Show? Forget about being a human, he was just a cat now. Why would he walk in a show? The style of Beauty and the Beast? In Jing Tan's confusion, the work in the afternoon continued. However, Li Wei had something to do and left. Kong Han didn't let Jing Tan continue to walk back and forth. Instead, he took some photos seriously. Although he was a director, Kong Han was also involved in photography, just like Yang Yi was also interested in photography. On Sunday, Yang Yi invited Charlie and the others to have a meal together. Then, on Monday, everyone went their separate ways. After leaving the coastal city, Jing Tan still had doubts in his heart. It was already Tuesday afternoon when he returned to Chuhua City. At this time, there was no one in the Jiao family. Jiao Pa was busy in the courtyard. It was said that there was a selection and he was one of the candidates. Little Pomelo was in school. Now that she was in the second year of junior high school, she was busier than when she was in the first year of junior high school. Jiao Yuan was still the same, coming back once a week. Jiao Ma, on the other hand, came back every day. There was a shuttle from Chuhua University to Chuhua Affiliated High School. Originally, Chao Lixiang took Jing Tan to the pet center and waited for the Jiao family to pick him up when they were free. However, Jing Tan couldn't wait. He didn't feel it when he was outside, but when he returned to Chuhua City, he had a strong urge to go back. Therefore, when the car drove near Chuhua University, Jing Tan couldn't wait to run out. When the car stopped at a crossroad, he knocked on the window. Charlie had no choice. He knew that this was the area that Jing Tan was familiar with, so he sent a message to the Jiao Pa. The Jiao Pa replied quickly. He was in a meeting, but because he knew that Jing Tan was coming back today, he had been paying attention to his phone. After seeing Charlie's message, the Jiao Pa sent him a message to let Jing Tan come back. The key was in Depang's usual place. Jing Tan once went home to take out the key on Depang's balcony. The Jiao Pa saw it. After that, the Jiao Pa helped Jing Tan put the key there a few times. Depang often lay on the balcony to bask in the sun. His personality wasn't as simple and cute as it looked. Strangers didn't want to get close to him, so it was safe to put the key there. Charlie read the Jiao Pa's message and then opened the car window. Before he could say anything, a black shadow rushed out. Their car was parked along the walkway, and once they got out, they would be on the sidewalk. There were no cars, so it was quite safe. Furthermore, this was the area where Jing Tan often walked. Charlie was not worried about this. What he wanted to say was that there were a few bags of Jing Tan's in the car. Daily necessities and local specialties were all inside. Seeing that Jing Tan quickly ran out of sight, Charlie could only give up. He took the things to the pet center and asked the Jiao family to pick them up. Otherwise, he would find time to send them over. Jing Tan ran in the direction of the courtyard. He didn't walk on the main road. Instead, he climbed over the wall and entered the campus from outside. It was almost a straight line. He was too familiar with this area. Even though he had been away for 3 months, once he set foot on this place, his brain could completely picture the route of this place. The sky was not as clear as the city where he filmed the movie, and the air was not good. However, Jing Tan didn't care about this. He felt comfortable all over and was in the mood to scare a Dai Xingniao that was pecking on the grass. On the campus, the number of Dai Xingniao was much smaller than the gray magpies and sparrows. However, it wasn't too rare to see them. In the winter, when sunbathing on the withered grass outside, one could occasionally see a Dai Xingniao pecking on the grass. The sparrows were still so noisy. So small, so many. A gray magpie stood high on a fir tree. When it saw a student passing by, it suddenly flew over and shook its wings to scare the passers-by. Several female students were scared and screamed. The birds on the campus were still so smart and cheap. Everything was still the same, but there were some differences. When he left, it was still early autumn. The residual heat of summer had not dissipated, and the surroundings were green. Now that he was back, it was already winter. The sycamore trees were yellow and the leaves were sparse. As long as there was a cool wind and rain, the ground would be covered with leaves at night. It was a very frightening scene. Early the next morning, many students would take their mobile phones and cameras to take pictures. In the kindergarten, there was an outdoor class. One by one, the little fellows were running outside like balls. It was unknown whether they were wearing too much or were chubby to begin with. Zhuo Xiaomao was saying something to the two children. Seeing the two children's round eyes and open mouths in disbelief, Jing Tan knew that Zhuo Xiaomao was scaring them again. Probably sensing Jing Tan's gaze, Zhuo Xiaomao looked over. Then, she grinned and ran to the side of the fence. She stretched her hand out of the fence and bumped palms with Jing Tan, who was running over. Not staying there for long, Jing Tan quickly ran to the courtyard. Huang and the sheriff were chasing a little Pekingese on the lawn of the courtyard. Jing Tan had never seen the puppy before. It was probably someone's new pet while he was away. The two of them were too engrossed in chasing the puppy and did not notice Jing Tan. Coming downstairs, on the balcony on the first floor, De Peng was lying on the furry cushion that the old lady had prepared for him. He squinted his eyes and kicked his paws, dozing off. Sensing Jing Tan's arrival, De Peng moved his ears, opened his eyes and meowed. Then, he continued to squint his eyes and prepare for sleep. Jing Tan took out the cat tag and key from a half-opened box to open the door and go home. There was no one at home. Jing Tan ran into each room to take a look. Then, he jumped onto the sofa in the living room and rolled from one end to the other. There was a saying that went, "Gold or silver nest is not as good as your own cat nest." During the filming period, Yang Yi had arranged a good house for him. He did not have to worry about anything. However, he did not have the feeling of being tired but at ease. After rolling, Jing Tan lay on the sofa and scanned the living room. Finally, his gaze landed on a magazine on the foot of the cabinet. It was a fashion magazine. Jiao Ma was not too interested in this type of magazine. After all, teachers like her could not dress too fashionably. As a teacher, she had to be more mature. Now that little Pomelo was in her second year of junior high school, she was used to it in junior high school. Jiao Ma was finally transferred to Chuhua Affiliated High School to teach senior high school. Teachers' attire in the affiliated high school were required. Plus, at her age, Jiao Ma did not care about fashion. Although Jiao Ma did not buy this type of magazine, a few of her friends liked it. Sometimes, they would bring the magazine when they came over. After reading it, they would leave it here. This magazine was probably the same. What interested Jing Tan was the person on the cover of the magazine. It was Li Wei. Jing Tan pulled out the magazine and looked at it. There was an introduction of Li Wei. He did not expect her to be a world-class supermodel. No wonder it sounded familiar. When Jing Tan was talking to some of his friends about models, someone mentioned it. However, when he looked at Li Wei's face, he did not think that this person was very good-looking, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, Jing Tan remembered that at that time, this model's status in the circle was very high. Her ranking was even higher than the current one listed in the magazine. She was a small model? Who was she kidding? Jing Tan flipped through the magazine and put it back under the cabinet. It did not matter whether she was a world-class supermodel or not. It had nothing to do with him for now. In the afternoon, Jiao Pa went home early. He sent a text message to Jiao Ma and little Pomelo to inform them. Then, he drove Jing Tan to the pet center to get the luggage. He did not want to ask them to send it back. Just as he entered Xiaoguo's door, Jing Tan heard Xiaoguo's roar. "Sesame, open the F***king door for me. If you don't open the door, there will be no food tonight. Not only tonight, there will be no food tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. Do you hear me? Open the door for me." Chapter 352. If he remembered correctly, Sesame was the spotted cat that Li Yuanba gave birth to this summer. Xiaoguo was locked outside by a cat. Jing Tan walked in and went straight to Xiaoguo's resting room. Xiaoguo was standing at the door of the resting room, pounding on the door and twisting the lock twice. Obviously, he was really locked outside. Xiaoguo's resting room was equipped with a hand lock. For cats, this kind of lock was easier to operate than a ball lock. The door was locked, but where was the key? Jing Tan saw that Xiaoguo was shouting, and the surrounding staff were laughing and talking in low voices. He was used to this kind of situation. Boss was locked outside by Sesame again. Ever since Sesame locked the boss outside for the first time when it was 3 months old, there would always be a few times every month. I'm used to it. Sesame was born in the middle of June, and now it was the middle of December. Counting, Sesame was already half a year old. Jing Tan couldn't help but feel that time really passed quickly. Just when Jing Tan was thinking about how Sesame was doing, he heard the staff in the studio say, "Our boss likes this kind of thing. He clearly has the key, and he can open the door even if it's locked, but he doesn't use the key to open the door. He's playing with Sesame. There are so many cats in the shop, and our boss likes Sesame the most. Don't be fooled by the fact that Sesame doesn't give him food now. When it's time to eat, once Sesame calls, our boss will run to cook cat food. He even doesn't give him food for 3 days, TSK, but Sesame is also teasing our boss. That little guy is very smart. If our boss is really angry, it won't play like this." The staff in the studio had already analyzed Xiao Guo, and they could predict his reaction and next actions. Jing Tan really wanted to say, "Boss Guo, when you gave Sesame this name, did you expect today's situation?" Xiao Guo was shouting at the door when he heard the conversation. When he saw Jing Tan and Jiao Pa, he blushed and felt embarrassed. He coughed and came over to greet them. "Black Charcoal is here. Professor Jiao, I left your bags in the lounge. Are you in a hurry to get them?" Xiao Guo looked at Jiao Pa. There's no rush. Jiao Pa also felt that the current situation was rather interesting. He had yet to see what Sesame looked like. Now that he was busy at the orphanage, he rarely came to the pet center, and it was often Charlie who went to pick up the cat. Not even 5 minutes later, probably because Sesame inside saw that there were no movements at the door, it tried calling out twice, but there was no response from outside, so it opened the door. The half-year-old Sesame was already about the same age as Jing Tan. According to the size of Sweet Peanut and Big Little Rice, this fellow was still growing, and might even grow bigger than Sweet Peanut. Long hair with spots, it looked very strange. Jiao Pa looked at Sesame with interest. Towards a stranger like Jiao Pa, Sesame was a little more vigilant. However, because this was its own territory, and Xiao Guo was beside it, it didn't show any signs of aggression. Everyone in the studio knew that although this fellow usually seemed to play well with humans and animals, its combat strength was definitely not weak. This fellow had once been brought out to fight by Peanut Candy. When it fought with an adult cat, Sesame even won, and it did not suffer any injuries. However, Xiao Guo was glad that it was at night, and no one saw Sesame, or else it would cause trouble again. Ever since then, Xiao Guo kept a close eye on it. If Sesame wanted to play Open Sesame, Xiao Guo would play with it. However, unlike Sweet Peanut who loved to go out and cause trouble, Sesame didn't seem to like going out. Sometimes, even when the back door was open, it wouldn't go out. The studio was usually filled with familiar people, and Sesame would only cause trouble in this area. Sometimes, Xiao Guo wondered if Sesame knew that its fur color would cause trouble, so it didn't go out. As for Sesame, who always stayed indoors and mingled with the people in the studio, it seemed to be more intelligent than Sweet Peanut. It learned things very quickly, especially when it came to unlocking doors. It could play with it for half a day. Although it was vigilant towards Jiao Pa, Sesame still had some memories of Jing Tan. Furthermore, there were some things that belonged to Jing Tan here, and the smell told it that this place wasn't unfamiliar to it. After leaving for a while, when he came back, he realized that some things had changed a lot. During the summer, it was still a small kitten, and now it had grown so big. When he returned to the courtyard from the pet center, Jiao Ma had already prepared dinner. Little Pomelo was very happy to see Jing Tan, and when little Pomelo was doing her homework, Jing Tan accompanied little Pomelo on the sofa to watch television with little Pomelo and listen to Jiao Ma's chatter. Jiao Ma always loved to do this. As it turned out, little Pomelo's mother came once again because of some business in the country. He didn't know if she had changed her mind, but she wanted to bring little Pomelo back to her home on the other side of the ocean to spend Christmas. However, she was rejected by little Pomelo. Pomelo's mother bought an iPhone for Pomelo, but Pomelo had never used it and just left it there, Then, one weekend, when Jiao Ma brought Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo out shopping, she bought a phone for each of them. Now, many students had their own phones, and little Pomelo was alone in school, so Jiao Ma couldn't take care of her. Even if she asked other teachers to take care of her, she was still worried. Thus, having a phone would make it convenient for them to contact each other. However, the iPhone that Pomelo's mother bought was too eye-catching. She couldn't underestimate the pettiness of middle school students. Jiao Ma had been a teacher for many years, and she had seen many things. She didn't approve of students getting such expensive phones. When buying the phones, Jiao Ma naturally asked for little Pomelo's opinion. Little Pomelo chose a phone that was less than 1,000 yuan, which was about the same price as some of the other students in the class. Jiao Yuan also chose a similar price. If they really wanted to buy a better phone, they could have bought one with their pocket money. However, they didn't choose one. With the new phone, little Pomelo called her mother to inform her. At that time, her mother said very well that they would contact each other often. However, she hadn't called since then. Little Pomelo didn't take the initiative to call, but her mood was more or less affected. When Jiao Ma called Charlie, she wanted Jingtan to come back early so that he could spend more time with little Pomelo. She heard that children wouldn't appear gloomy when they were with animals. Now that they were in their adolescence, children tended to think too much. Therefore, Jiao Ma was worried. This was the reason why Jingtan felt that something was wrong when he heard Jiao Ma's voice. Since he now knew the reason, Jingtan would naturally spend more time with little Pomelo. He even went to the junior high school to check on the situation. Little Pomelo was the same as when she was at home. She would also smile. There were familiar friends around her, and with little Pomelo's protection, there wouldn't be any trouble. However, sometimes little Pomelo would also be in a daze, especially when she heard the word Christmas. Students always had a sense of novelty when it came to foreign festivals. They felt that it was all kinds of high and mighty. Christmas was also a big festival overseas, so the frequency of it being mentioned was naturally high. This made little Pomelo be in a daze even more often. When she was at home, after finishing her homework, little Pomelo would also be in a daze. When she was in a daze, she would unconsciously turn her phone in her hand. One day, Jingtan charged his phone's battery and finally turned on the phone that he hadn't turned on for a long time. After turning on the phone, there were still messages and all kinds of notifications. Jingtan roughly glanced through them, then typed a message and sent it to a number that he was familiar with. After class, little Pomelo looked at the phone that had a message notification and saw that it was from an unknown number. She originally wanted to delete it, but after thinking about it, she opened it. The first message: don't be in a daze. If you don't do well in your final exams, your New Year's money will be halved. The second message: I don't believe in religion, and I don't care about foreign festivals like Christmas. Little Pomelo was very puzzled. From these two messages, she could tell that the person who sent the messages knew her very well and might even know the reason why she was in a daze. She didn't even tell Xia Xian and the others that she was having a good time, so how did this person know? Thus, little Pomelo typed a reply: who are you? Soon, a message came from the other side: my name is Jingtan. Little Pomelo wanted to ask more, but the bell rang, so she could only put her phone in her bag. After class, she sent another message, but there was no reply. This kind of question persisted until she got home. She even asked Xia Xian and a few other classmates who went home with her if they knew this number, but in the end, no one knew. Black charcoal: who do you think this person is? Little Pomelo finished a set of test papers and laid on her desk. She placed her phone on the table and turned it with the movements of her fingers. Jingtan, who was squatting next to her, stroked his beard. I know, but I just won't say. Since then, Jingtan had texted little Pomelo a few times, but thinking that the finals were coming up, he didn't want to distract her. In the following days, little Pomelo would sometimes be in a daze, but it wasn't necessarily because of her mother's matter. Her mood was also a lot better. When she talked to Jingtan, Jingtan could clearly feel that this child had figured out her mother's matter. One day, after dinner, Jingtan went out for a walk. He wondered if he should text little Pomelo to play with her. He looked up and sighed. When he saw the night sky, his footsteps paused, and then he quickly ran to the place where he hid his phone. He took out his phone from a small hole in an inconspicuous tree in the forest. Suddenly, he remembered that he wasn't wearing a vest, but it wasn't good to go back now, so Jing Tan hugged his phone and ran. Fortunately, it was night time. Along the way, he sneaked into the courtyard through the side door that had always been locked. Hiding in the bushes, he sent a message to little Pomelo. Little Pomelo, who was doing a mock paper, heard her phone vibrate. She glanced at the number, put down her pen, and opened it to read. After seeing the content of the message, little Pomelo frowned in confusion. She hesitated for a moment, then took a scarf and put it on. She said goodbye to Jiao Ma and went downstairs. As soon as she arrived downstairs, before she could send a message, another message came in. Go right, turn at the first fork, and go straight to the lawn. Little Pomelo followed the message. This was the courtyard, so her safety was guaranteed. If she wanted to go out, she wouldn't do it. She couldn't run around alone in the middle of the night. She came to the lawn of the courtyard. There were street lamps around the lawn, but they could only illuminate the road beside the lawn. This little light was enough for little Pomelo to roughly see the surroundings. She didn't see anyone. At this moment, another message came in. Turn 30 degrees to the left and look up at the sky. Little Pomelo turned to the left and then looked up. Although the air quality in Chuhua City wasn't good, and sometimes the stars couldn't be seen at night, as if there was a layer of fog, at this moment, the two bright spots and the crescent moon were very conspicuous in the dark night sky. It was impossible to ignore. It was a smiling face. A celestial phenomenon, with two stars accompanying the moon. Venus, Jupiter, and the moon, the three brightest stars in the night sky, formed a smiling face. Little Pomelo stared blankly at the smiling face in the sky. After being stunned for half a minute, she couldn't help but smile. She let out a long breath, as if to exhale all the depression in her heart. Then, she revealed a big smile, looked down at her phone, and pressed the call button. The cheerful sound of the phone rang in the bushes. It was quite loud. Jing Tan. F***CK. Why didn't the ringtone turn off? Wasn't it on silent mode? Without waiting for little Pomelo's response, Jing Tan pressed the reject button and ran away with the phone. When Jing Tan came back to his senses, he had already run to the old tiled housing area. He panted and thought that he might as well hide the phone here today and quickly go back to see little Pomelo's reaction. Jing Tan hid the phone in the place he had hidden it before, turned around, and ran towards the courtyard. After running 2 steps, Jing Tan suddenly stopped and looked around. It was still dark, and there weren't even any street lamps. It was very quiet. Shaking his head, Jing Tan continued to run towards the courtyard. After Jing Tan left, behind a 2-meter-tall bush next to a tiled house, the phone screen lit up. Then, it quickly dimmed. The phone had been pressed to standby. Click. The flame of a lighter lit up, and then the red light of a lit cigarette flickered. Chapter 353. After returning to the villa complex, Jing Tan did not see little Pomelo at the lawn downstairs. When he went upstairs, he saw little Pomelo talking to someone on the phone. It turned out that many people knew about the twin stars accompanying the moon. The newspaper had mentioned it a few days ago, but many people did not pay attention to it. However, some people had been paying attention to it, especially Jiao Yuan and his friends. It was Jiao Yuan who had called to tell little Pomelo to go down to the villa complex to take a look. Due to the angle, she could not see it from the balcony at home. After hearing little Pomelo say that she had already seen it, Jiao Yuan did not say anything else. His friends were taking pictures and calculating the approximate distance between the 3 stars and the trajectory of the night to see if it was the same as what was reported in the newspaper. After that, little Pomelo continued to receive messages from the others. She did not mention anything about what had happened downstairs. Jing Tan heaved a sigh of relief. When his phone rang, Jing Tan reacted quickly. In addition, it was very dark in the bushes, so he was sure that little Pomelo did not see him. He was just worried that little Pomelo would overthink. Now that he saw that little Pomelo was acting normal, Jingtan was relieved. After calming down, Jingtan thought about the feeling that he had when he was in the old tile-roofed housing area. He felt like someone was watching him. However, he was in a hurry, and he did not see or smell anything strange, so he did not stay there for long. Jingtan did not think that he was overthinking. Even if he was, Jingtan wanted to go over and confirm it again. However, when he looked at the clock on the wall, it was very late. Jiao Pa had also returned. If he went out at this time, the Jiao family would not agree. Forget it, he would go over tomorrow. If there was really someone there, they should have left after so long. He might not be able to catch them if he went over now. Although he couldn't go out, Jingtan still recalled what had happened tonight. The operation at night was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Originally, he just wanted to go out for a walk to digest his food. After seeing the 2 stars in the sky, he went to get his phone. He didn't even have time to put on his vest. As he thought about it, Jingtan's beard trembled when he recalled the ringtone of the phone. Thinking back, he remembered that ever since he started using this phone, the ringtone had basically been muted. In a few cases, the phone would vibrate, but the ringtone had never been turned on. Moreover, the ringtone that rang today was very unfamiliar to Jingtan. His phone had been touched. This was Jingtan's first guess. Previously, he had placed the phone in a small tree hole in the forest. The hole could only fit the phone and the bag that was wrapped around it. Jingtan could not squeeze into the hole himself. The hole was too small, so he could only hide the phone there. What was it like at the beginning? After leaving Chu Hua for so long, Jingtan could no longer remember. The bag that contained his phone still looked the same. Even the knot on the bag was the kind that Jingtan often tied. Of course, all of this was just how it looked. When Jingtan went over to get his phone, he did not smell anyone else. However, this did not mean that no one had been there before. Jingtan had been away for a season. During this period of time, wind and rain were not uncommon. Therefore, even if there was a smell, it had almost dissipated. Not to mention, the other party had deliberately lowered their presence and taken precautions. If the other party had discovered Chu Hua shortly after Jingtan left, the smell would indeed be hard to find. However, who could it be? A few suspects flashed through Jingtan's mind. The person he suspected the most was Lu Ba. Of course, it was just a suspicion. He would wait until he went to the old tile-roofed house tomorrow. Early the next morning, after the Jiao Ma and little Pomelo left, Jingtan followed the Jiao Pa out. They went to the teacher's cafeteria for breakfast. Then, the Jiao Pa went to the courtyard. Jingtan went directly to the old tile-roofed house area. At this time, there were students memorizing words in the old tile-roofed house area. It was quiet here. No one disturbed them, and there was no noise. Sometimes, there were club activities in the morning. Jingtan walked along the route that he had taken yesterday when he came to hide his phone. At the same time, he carefully searched and sniffed around the route to see if he could find anything. He did not find anything. He ran to the tile-roofed house where he had hidden his phone. There was no smell in the tile-roofed house to prove that someone else had been there. There was the smell of rats. On the old, dusty table, there was a rat feces that had been recently pooped. It was probably because Jingtan had not been here for a long time that some little rats had broken in. Jingtan did not care about any of this. Walking out of the tile-roofed house, Jingtan jumped onto a stone bench and looked around. There were many places where people could hide. He could not be sure. Just as Jingtan was thinking, a gust of wind blew. There was the smell of students eating breakfast in the wind. Jingtan looked over. Not far away, there was a student holding a meat patty bought in the cafeteria and exam materials in the other hand. He was sitting on the edge of the flower bed, eating and reading. Looking at the direction of the wind, Jingtan thought back to the direction of the wind yesterday. When he came here last night, he saw leaves being blown away. From the direction of the leaves and the buildings here, he guessed the direction of the wind. It was said that clever predators would approach their prey in a downwind area. That way, the prey would have a hard time smelling the predator. Did this rule apply to stalkers? Last night, the downwind area was. Zheng Tan looked to one side and then walked over. As he walked, he observed the places where a person could easily hide. Then he walked over and carefully identified the smell. A cat's nose was still very good. Behind a bush that was nearly 2 meters high, there was the smell of smoke. Zheng Tan was familiar with this smell. In addition, there was also the smell of a person. Although the smell was very faint, if Zheng Tan remembered correctly, this should be. Zheng Tan suddenly turned around and looked behind him. More than 50 meters away from Zheng Tan, Lu Ba was holding a roll in a plastic bag with the words, "School Cafeteria," printed on it. She was eating as she walked over, her eyes fixed on Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan knew that he was not smart. In terms of IQ, 8 out of 10 people he knew around him could beat Zheng Tan, let alone people like Mao and Lu Ba. In fact, from the time he decided to ask Lu Ba for help before the earthquake, Zheng Tan thought that he might be discovered because of this. Lu Ba was too smart, and the possibility of being exposed was very high. However, at the same time, Lu Ba was the most suitable person to spread the news at that time. Since Zheng Tan had made a choice at that time, he did not regret it, and it was impossible for him to regret it. Zheng Tan was aware of the brief contact after the earthquake. However, there was no movement after that. Zheng Tan held a fluke mentality that fortunately, he was not discovered. Now, it seemed that he could not rely on luck. The person hiding here yesterday was Lu Ba. Zheng Tan was now sure that if Lu Ba was determined to find him, she would have the means to discover him. Lu Ba's special profession gave him more experience, tools, and channels in this regard. He just did not know how much Lu Ba knew. While Zheng Tan was thinking about how to deal with it later, Lu Ba finished eating the roll and threw the plastic bag into the trash can. Then, she continued to walk in this direction. She did not walk fast and still maintained her previous pace. However, Zheng Tan felt that Lu Ba was not calm in her heart. Anyone who knew about such a thing would not be calm. She did not know how many times her heart had been trampled on by alpacas. As Lu Ba walked closer, Zheng Tan found that Lu Ba's eyes were still bloodshot. She looked as if she had not slept for the whole night. She was hiding here last night. Could it be that she was so shocked that she did not sleep for the whole night? Zheng Tan thought to himself. Zheng Tan's guess was very close to the real situation. Lu Ba really did spend the whole night thinking in the cold wind. When she came back to her senses, the sky was already bright. She still did not feel sleepy. She went to the washroom in the student cafeteria to wash her face, bought breakfast, and continued to stay here. Sure enough, she met him. Lu Ba never thought that the owner of this mysterious phone number would be a cat. She had suspected many people, including Professor Jiao. However, all the evidence showed that this cat did it herself. Others knew nothing about this. Lu Ba stopped 2 meters away from Zheng Tan. The man and the cat confronted each other, thinking about what the other would do now. Zheng Tan thought, if this guy knows too much, should I kick him out and run away? Or should I talk to Liu Ba calmly? Playing dumb and pretending to be stupid would not work on Lu Ba. Since she could find this place and even touch the phone, how could there be no evidence? Could she not say anything? That was fine. She had Morse code. It was not like she had not used it before. However, if Lu Ba wanted to use this as a threat or wanted to make this matter public to make Zheng Tan's situation more difficult, Zheng Tan would immediately find help. Jiao Pa, Mao, Celestine, and Fang San seemed to be more reliable. Sure enough, if she knew many people, she would have a backup plan. Lu Ba saw that the black cat in front of her was staring at her and did not do anything else. She hesitated to speak. The cat's expression was not very good. Immortal? Monster? Lu Ba asked. Monster your ass. When Lu Ba saw that Zheng Tan's eyes became more dangerous, she quickly raised her hands to show that she meant no harm. Don't be agitated. Let's talk properly. However, shall we go somewhere else first? Lu Ba was talking to Zheng Tan here. In the eyes of the people nearby, she was talking to herself. They did not think that there was anything wrong with Zheng Tan. Instead, they thought that Lu Ba was a little crazy. Zheng Tan could feel that Lu Ba meant no harm. However, it was necessary to be more cautious and prepared. Zheng Tan would not follow Lu Ba. If they wanted to find a place to talk, it was safer to find a place by himself. Zheng Tan had already memorized this area. He knew where it was quiet and where there was no one at this time. After Zheng Tan walked away, Lu Ba followed him. They kept a distance of 2 to 3 meters from each other. This seemed to be their alert distance. Both of them were on guard. He took Lu Ba to a small path not far from the old tile-roofed housing area. There were several wooden chairs here. Zheng Tan jumped onto one of the chairs and looked at Lu Ba. Lu Ba sat down on another chair opposite the path and looked around. There was no one else here. They did not need to worry about being eavesdropped. After making sure that there was no one around, Lu Ba rummaged through her pockets and said to Zheng Tan, "I swear that I didn't bring any weapons or spying equipment. Only the two of us know about our conversation." Lu Ba originally wanted to say, "the two of us." However, she suddenly realized that she was talking to a cat. She changed her words in time and felt a little uncomfortable. However, Lu Ba had experienced a lot and had a strong ability to accept things. She quickly adjusted her attitude. "Let's get to know each other again. I'm happy. My surname is Gao and my name is Xing." Zheng Tan was speechless. So, the surname that she used to disguise herself was real? As Lu Ba spoke, she picked up a thin branch that fell next to the wooden chair. She used the branch to draw his name on the bare ground next to her. Chapter 354. Well, now Zheng Tan finally knew the origin of Lu Ba's name. After Lu Ba finished writing, he looked at Zheng Tan and asked, "You really can't speak?" In Lu Ba's opinion, monsters in the legends could all speak. Although he had never encountered such a thing before, he had encountered some other phenomena that were difficult to explain with science. Since he had accepted this reality, his thoughts ran in the direction of a cat demon. However, this cat had indeed never spoken, not usually, not even on the phone. Otherwise, it would not have used the more complicated Morse code to communicate and convey information. Sure enough, after Lu Ba finished asking, he received a look from Zheng Tan that said, "You're talking nonsense." Not being able to speak was one of Zheng Tan's sore spots. Lu Ba had obviously stabbed Zheng Tan in the back. It had been more than 5 years since he turned into a cat. The experience of not being able to speak human language and not being able to meow for more than 5 years really made Zheng Tan uncomfortable. "It's okay if you can't speak." After a pause, Lu Ba said again, "Are you really not a monster?" When Lu Ba first discovered the truth, he was the most shocked. Now, the most shocking moment had passed. After some time, the feeling was not as strong as at the beginning. Last night, he had been thinking about how to talk to this cat properly the whole night. He was confident in talking to humans, but he had no experience in talking to a cat. During this period, Lu Ba had recalled the situation from the first time he saw this cat until now. He remembered that he had even sprayed this cat with a water gun. Now that he thought about it, at that time, he was really looking for trouble. Zheng Tan decided to ignore Lu Ba's nonsense. Seeing Zheng Tan's impatient look, Lu Ba changed the topic to something that Zheng Tan was interested in. He talked about when he found Zheng Tan's phone, changed Zheng Tan's phone ringtone, and monitored the phone all the time. Strictly speaking, this kind of behavior was illegal. However, since Lu Ba could say it so openly, he must have removed the traces long ago. Without evidence, he could not sue this guy even if he wanted to. Of course, people like Lu Ba were the kind of people who took advantage of the loopholes in the law. Private detectives were not allowed in China, so they changed to legal identities. Consulting agencies, referral agencies, and the like, there were a lot of such things. Because of her occupational disease, once Lu Ba was certain, she would try her best to investigate. Before the earthquake, Lu Ba did not make up her mind to investigate further. After all, no one wanted their privacy to be discovered. At that time, Liu Ba did not want to offend the other party. However, after the earthquake, Liu Ba went all out. If he couldn't find the answer, he couldn't sleep well. Once he closed his eyes, he would think about the things that happened during the earthquake, as well as the phone calls and text messages. No one who had experienced that disaster could ever be the same as before. Therefore, he made his move. Of course, Liu Ba didn't tell anyone else what she said, so Jing Tan believed her. At the same time, it could also be said that they were tight-lipped due to professional reasons. If it weren't for their tight-lipped nature, there wouldn't be so many upper-class people asking them to do things for them. This made Jing Tan feel a little better. The initial unstable emotions quickly passed. After starting, it was much easier. Unlike Ran Qi, Liu Ba had a strong ability to accept things. He didn't care whether the cat in front of him was a god or a demon. As long as it didn't harm his interests, it was fine. It was also good to form a good relationship with it. Unlike Ran Qi, Liu Ba didn't have many taboos about this kind of thing. Now, when Ran Qi saw Jing Tan, he still had the principle of avoiding it. After Liu Ba talked for a long time, Jing Tan still squatted there in the same way. He didn't say anything and didn't respond to Liu Ba's words until Liu Ba talked about the safety of mobile phones. After saying so much, Liu Ba had been observing Jing Tan. Seeing that Jing Tan seemed to be a little interested in this topic, she planned to talk about it in detail. Of course, she wouldn't really reveal the technical aspects. Mobile phones are actually not as safe as people think. If they really want to locate and monitor your mobile phone, you can't stop them even if you turn off your phone. As for the common means, it's nothing more than a virus. Before 2004, the SMS virus stage could monitor a mobile phone with a material in it. After that, it was the deceptive virus stage, and the future loophole virus stage. These were the technologies that were commonly mastered in their industry. There were other more advanced technologies that depended more on one's own ability. No one would reveal the technologies that they had mastered, and the skills that they used to make money were all kept to themselves. Especially now that smartphones are on the rise, it's very easy to get hold of them. In fact, a lot of spying technologies have been developed long ago. It's just that they will only be known to the public a few years later. Some of them will even be kept secret forever. Signal interception, interface security, text messages, email cracking, jailbreaking, and so on could all be done from this. Now that the era of smartphones was coming, people like Liu Ba were excited because it would be easier for them to take on jobs, monitor mobile phones, and locate targets. Your mobile phone isn't a smartphone, but it's not good in terms of security. It's not difficult for me to monitor it. However, we can't monitor your cat dad's mobile phone. Even if we can, it's very risky, Liu Ba said. Jing Tan glanced at Liu Ba. In order to investigate him, Liu Ba even investigated the Jiao Pa. Thinking about it, the mobile phone that the Jiao Pa was using now seemed to be issued by the institute or the school. At that time, Jing Tan only thought that it was a bonus for the year-end bonus. Now that he heard Liu Ba's words, it seemed that the mobile phone was something that protected the privacy of scientific researchers. Moreover, we usually don't do anything to the people here. Liu Ba pointed to the surroundings, which meant the area around Tsinghua University. Even if we accept a job, we will think twice. First, there are many experts in this school, and there are several well-equipped laboratories. There are capable people there, and it's not good to be caught by them. Fortunately, they didn't notice you before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to hide. Second, there are many people in this school that I don't want to provoke and can't afford to. When Liu Ba tracked to Tsinghua University, she hesitated. After thinking about it, she decided to continue the search. Do you know that there are at least 3 people in your building that I don't want to provoke? I don't even want to investigate them. Jing Tan was shocked. At least 3 people? Seeing Jing Tan looking at her, Liu Ba continued, there are 2 people on the 3rd floor and 1 on the 1st floor. These are only the people that I have seen. As for those that I haven't seen, I don't know. 2 people on the 3rd floor? Old man Lon and his wife? No. There was another person on the third floor. Although Mao's family had a house outside, they would come here to stay for a few days from time to time. It was said that when his daughter Yuan was older next year, they would come here to stay. Could the other person be Mao? As for the one on the first floor, it should be De Pang's old lady. In our line of work, most of the time, we don't need to investigate too much. We can get preliminary information from many seemingly trivial things at a glance. Otherwise, if you provoke someone that you shouldn't provoke, you won't even know how you died. Without brains and eyesight, you won't be able to work in this line of work for long, Lu Ba said. Lu Ba always thought that she was the kind of person who had good eyesight, but unfortunately, she hit a wall when it came to this cat. However, if it was someone else, they might not be as good as Lu Ba. Who would suspect an ordinary cat? The phone used by the old lady on the first floor is not something that ordinary people can use. I can tell at a glance that this person is not someone to be trifled with. Even if I receive a related order, I will consider it carefully. Lu Ba didn't want to go against the state machine. Zheng Tan recalled the old lady's phone. He remembered that it didn't seem to have a brand. He always thought that De Pang's old lady's phone was just an ordinary old man's phone. He didn't expect that the old lady's phone was even better than the Jiao Pa. However, when he thought about the old lady's son's identity, it was understandable. Maybe her son was promoted again. Seeing that Zheng Tan was looking at her suspiciously, Lu Ba waved her hand and said, "We will not divulge the information of our clients, nor will we disturb unrelated people. This is an exception. Other than this incident, I really haven't investigated anyone else. We also have professional ethics." Ethics. Is this thing worth money? Zheng Tan thought to himself. But soon, he thought, damn it, this world is too dangerous. I can't get a high-end mobile phone. Instead of being discovered by more people, I'd better not use a mobile phone. When he thought of Liu Ba's words that there were many capable people in the school, he felt scared. When Zheng Tan lowered his head and considered whether to throw the phone into the lake to destroy the evidence, Lu Ba poked Zheng Tan with a branch. "Hey, are you interested in joining us?" Lu Ba looked at Zheng Tan expectantly. Old people, children, and women were the kind of people that could easily make people let down their guard. Animals were even more so. Seeing that Zheng Tan was indifferent, Lu Ba continued, "This is a fast way to make money. If we cooperate, how about we split the profits 50-50? Don't worry, we won't take on dangerous jobs. Do this business? Detective?" This kind of thing seemed to have been done a long time ago. He was tired of walking around the school, and it was inconvenient to walk further away. Zheng Tan didn't know if it was because he had become a cat, but he had inherited the cat's disease of pooping without curiosity and itching paws when he didn't move for a while. He always wanted to find some entertainment. However, Zheng Tan was still hesitant to cooperate with Lu Ba. Lu Ba said that it would help Zheng Tan keep the secret, and Zheng Tan believed it. However, Zheng Tan didn't want to cooperate with him for the time being. Firstly, he wasn't very familiar with Lu Ba. Secondly, he just came back and didn't want to run around until the Chinese New Year. Moreover, Zheng Tan got a lot of money from this movie, so he didn't lack money for the time being. During the Chinese New Year, he could work overtime at Xiaoguo's place and get some cash so that he could give red packets during the Chinese New Year. Zheng Tan didn't want to care about other things. Lu Ba had something to do later, and Zheng Tan didn't want to listen to Lu Ba's nagging, so they left separately. Lu Ba asked Zheng Tan to think about it. If he made a decision, he could call it directly. Zheng Tan thought about it all night. He wasn't thinking about the cooperation, but whether to throw the phone into the lake. As for the exposure, it would be fine as long as Lu Ba kept it a secret. In fact, as the old woman in the lakeside villa area said, there were more than one people around Zheng Tan who pretended to be ignorant. Even if they knew that Zheng Tan was different, they didn't say anything. Instead, they provided a lot of help openly and secretly. If things were to take a turn for the worse, he would go and look for help. The next day, Zheng Tan wandered to the old tiled house area where the phone was hidden. As soon as Zheng Tan flipped into the house, he smelled the scent of someone who had been here. It was Lu Ba. On a table in the room, there was a flip phone that looked 70 to 80% new but didn't have any special features, and a new SIM card. Jing Tan hadn't seen the brand of the phone before. The buttons were a little bigger than the one Jing Tan used before, so it was quite easy to press. Next to the phone and the SIM card, there was a note. If you want to cooperate, call me. There was a smiley cat face drawn behind this sentence. Chapter 355. It was a winter afternoon and the sun was shining brightly. 4 cats were lying side by side on a wooden bench beside the withered lawn of the eastern courtyard. The 4 cats were all in the same position. They were lying on the wooden bench, basking in the sun with their paws tucked in and their eyes squinted. At first, Jing Tan would not keep his paws tucked in like this because he looked like a cat. Jing Tan felt a little uncomfortable. But when he saw the cats around him kicking their paws, he unconsciously followed suit. It was quite warm and not tiring to keep his paws tucked in like this. The weather was just right for him to keep his paws tucked in like this. Habit was a very scary thing. Once you got used to it, things would become natural. Now, Jing Tan often learned from them by folding his front paws and tucking them in properly. From time to time, people walked by the courtyard. They were not surprised to see the 4 cats on the wooden bench. They just smiled. Anyone who had lived in the courtyard for a long time knew about the 4 cats. For the old people here, they were already very familiar with the scenery. Perhaps when this scenery disappeared one day, people would still remember it. Although the 4 cats were all in the same position and looked like they were dozing off, the ears of the 4 cats on the bench twitched at the same time when they heard a little noise. Jing Tan did not know what the other 3 cats were thinking. He just felt that the sun was too bright and squinted his eyes to think about things. Jing Tan had not turned on his mobile phone for a week. The mobile phone that Lu Ba gave him was locked in the drawer of the old wooden table in the tile-roofed house. He had not touched it since then. Moreover, he had decided not to touch these 2 mobile phones for a long time unless there was something special. Although he wanted to use his mobile phone to send messages to the Jiao family, it seemed that he should not do so now. The old tile-roofed house would not be demolished for a while. If it was going to be demolished, a notice would be posted in advance. Jing Tan was not worried about this place being demolished. Even if he did not go there every day, as long as he went out for a walk, he would know that his mobile phone was still there. As for other things, Jing Tan did not want to care about them. Cooperation? Let's talk about it when we want to work together. Jing Tan had already deleted all the text messages and call records of the original old mobile phone. Although Jing Tan knew that professionals could also get a lot of information from it, there was no other way. Fortunately, the probability of being discovered by professionals was very small. If it was discovered, he could only ask Liu Ba for help. As long as Liu Ba didn't say anything, who would know that the real owner of the mobile phone was actually a cat? The reason why Jing Tan didn't reject Lu Ba's suggestion immediately and still kept the mobile phone was that he had a backup plan in case something really happened. He could use the mobile phone to ask for help. Jing Tan believed in Lu Ba's capabilities. After a week, Lu Ba didn't appear again. It was unknown if she was busy with a new task. While he was thinking, Jing Tan heard the owner of Sahara shouting again from the family building. Opening his eyes, Jing Tan soon saw Sahara running out like a wild horse. The more the people behind him shouted, the faster he ran. Seeing that the dog had run out of the courtyard, Sahara's owner, Wan, panted and stopped running. Seeing the 4 cats lying on the wooden chair, he slowly walked over and complained as he walked. Damn it, isn't it just a bath? It's like he's treating an enemy. Sahara didn't dislike bathing in the summer and sometimes liked to flush the pipes. However, in the winter, it had a different attitude. When it heard the word bath, it would run away. When it was locked up at home, Wanning could still block it in a corner and drag it to the bathroom. However, today, he was unlucky and let it run away. Today, Wanning happened to have nothing to do in the afternoon. When he came home, he saw that Sahara hadn't bathed in a long time, so he planned to give it a bath. At that time, Sahara was happily chewing on the dog food in its bowl and didn't notice Ruan Ying's actions of taking shower gel and bathing tools. Unfortunately, Ruan Ying's grandfather came back at that time. An old professor who had a good relationship with Ruan Ying's grandfather, academician Ruan, came over. When he saw Ruan Ying's gloves and tools, he said, "Ruan Ying, are you going to give Sahara a bath?" Almost in the next moment, Sahara squeezed out like a gust of wind through the gap of the door that wasn't closed yet. It didn't even care about the unfinished dog food. There was also a teacher downstairs who had just come back from outside. He opened the door and let Sahara escape. Because he knew that Sahara hated bathing when it was cold, Ruan Ying's movements were very quiet. He was afraid that he would make a sound in advance and let Sahara know. Many cats and dogs would react to certain sounds and words. In the courtyard, there was a Pekingese that hated bathing regardless of whether it was winter or summer. When it heard the sound of its special bathtub, it would immediately hide in its nest with its tail between its legs. No matter how its owner threatened or tempted it, it wouldn't go over. Every time, it would be carried out of its nest and put into the bathtub to be washed. Once Sahara ran away, it definitely wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. Therefore, Ruan Ying didn't plan to chase after it directly. That would tire him to death. When that stupid dog was hungry, it would naturally come back. Under normal circumstances, Sahara wouldn't run out of the school and would hide in the school grounds. There was no need to worry. Ruan Ying looked at the 4 cats on the wooden chair and thought that Sahara wasn't as obedient as other cats. His gaze finally landed on Jingtan and said, "Black Charcoal, when you go out to play, if you see Sahara, give it 2 slaps on my behalf. It's getting more and more disobedient. F***ck, it's too good at tormenting people." Ruan Ying was just saying this. He did not expect Jingtan to understand. Many pet owners would talk to their pets like this. It was just a habit. He did not think that his pets would understand much. It was just like how many old people in the compound would tease Jingtan and the other cats when they saw them, just like how they would tease a child. After Ruan Ying left, Jingtan lay down on the wooden chair for a while. When the sun wasn't very strong at 3 or 4 o'clock, it would be a bit cold to continue squatting. Huang and the sheriff also planned to go to the forest to look for something fun to do. Both of them had short fur, but Depang's fat body was more resistant to the cold. It could maintain the same posture until the sun set. No matter how the north wind blew, it was unwavering. This endurance was probably developed from squatting instant noodles. Just like that, Depang continued to nap on the wooden chair. Huang and the sheriff went to look for some fun, and Jingtan went out to the courtyard to take a walk. While taking a walk, Jingtan saw Sahara. That guy was sniffing around a row of parked bicycles. Then, it looked around and walked to the side of a bicycle. It raised one of its hind legs and started to pee at the bicycle. Jingtan, after Sahara finished peeing, it even scratched its hind legs twice. It seemed to be very happy and proud. Unfortunately, its pride didn't last long. 2 male students walked over. After seeing it, one of them immediately showed anger. F***ck. That dog came to pee again. It's staring at me, isn't it? Again? Jingtan was puzzled. Although Sahara had a bit of a bad taste and liked to play pranks, it usually wouldn't pee everywhere when it came out. Besides, it rarely ran out by itself. Most of the time, it was let out by someone. How could it pee in front of Ruan Ying and the rest? Was it looking for a beating? No wonder Ruan Ying said that this guy was becoming more and more disobedient. When she said that, Ruan Ying looked like she was gnashing her teeth. The owner of the bicycle ran over. Sahara quickly ran away when it saw people. It was different from when it ran away immediately after doing something bad. This guy ran a few steps and turned around to roar at the 2 people. When it saw them chasing after it, it ran again. When it ran a little further, it roared at them again. Was this a feud? Otherwise, Sahara wouldn't attract hatred for no reason, right? Jingtan lay on a tree and looked at the 2 people who were cursing but couldn't catch up to Sahara. He then looked at Sahara, who was standing 100 meters away and looking at them without running. Jing Tan wondered if he should go over and take Sahara away. Then, he heard the two people talking in a low voice. "Hey, do you think it's because it saw us last time that it's been staring at us?" One of them said. "That can't be. Isn't it just a dog? How could it know about this? Besides, the bicycle we stole wasn't even its. Why would it care about other people's business?" The other person took out a pack of tissues and was about to wipe it, but when he saw the wet wheels and even the pedals, he frowned in disgust. He put the tissues back into his bag and kicked the bicycle. "I don't want this bicycle anymore. I'll just sell it when the time comes. It's not worth much anyway." Jing Tan listened to their conversation. When someone walked past them, they didn't say anything. When someone walked past them, they continued talking. Although their voices were very low, Jing Tan could still hear them with his hearing. So they were stealing a bicycle. Sahara probably saw them stealing a bicycle previously. He was wondering why Sahara's attitude was so bad. However, how did these two steal a bicycle and contact Sahara? Did they steal it to Sahara's house? Jing Tan remembered that Sahara's owner, Wan Ying, had a four-wheeled sedan. No one in Wan Ying's family seemed to ride bicycles. Puzzled, Jing Tan looked at Sahara. When he looked over, Jing Tan realized that Sahara was staring at someone again. It was a female student who looked quite gentle. She was riding a bicycle, but Sahara ran over and pushed her and her bicycle, causing the girl to scream in fright. The two people who were discussing when to sell the bicycle heard the commotion. After cursing, they ran over. On the other side, there were also enthusiastic students who began to help comfort the female student who had fallen. They also had the intention of surrounding Sahara. Jing Tan saw that something was wrong and quickly ran over. Sahara was also smart. When it saw that there were more people, it turned around and ran. This time, it didn't even stop. The surrounding students were clamoring to find the dog's owner and hold him accountable. Many people agreed and even said that they would post this matter on the school forum, warning everyone to be careful of this dog in the future. Who knows, this dog might have contracted rabies or something. There were also people who seemed to recognize Sahara. After all, Sahara had been in school for more than 5 years. It was about the same time as Jing Tan had been here. Some students who often walked here could also recognize it. They knew that it was raised by a teacher in school, but they couldn't tell whose family it was. However, there were also people who might know. When Jing Tan left, those people were still discussing it. Jing Tan chased after Sahara until he reached the corner of the courtyard. Sahara hid behind a few trees. When Jing Tan chased over, that guy was still peeking his head out. When he saw that it was only Jing Tan coming over, his courage immediately returned. He even wagged his tail happily. It was unknown whether he was happy to see Jing Tan or proud of what he had just done. Jing Tan wanted to slap that dog's face a few times when he saw it. What was the use of hiding there? This guy didn't even know that he had caused trouble for his owner. Chapter 356. Sahara held grudges. Usually, Sahara seemed to be easy to get along with and played with many children in the courtyard. However, once it remembered someone, it would probably remember that person for a long time. This was the experience that Jing Tan had in the 5 years that he had known Sahara. Based on the current situation, those people had somehow provoked Sahara. Many animals had a deep impression of people, not only from their appearance, but also from their voice and smell. No matter what, Sahara remembered those 3 people. Jing Tan was not Sahara, and she did not understand dog language. She could only roughly decipher what they were trying to express based on her understanding of Sahara and the other dogs in the compound over the past few years. However, she did not know the cause of the matter. If she wanted to understand, she had to find out by herself. Thinking that there was nothing to do recently, and Xiaoguo's New Year's Day task had been completed, Jing Tan had time to walk around the school. After digging in the Sahara for a while, it began to feel bored. In winter, there were no insects like grasshoppers to relieve its boredom, so it could only dig in the soil. Now that it was hungry, it planned to go home. It did not realize that it had caused trouble at all. It also did not know that it might bring trouble to its master and some people related to its master. When it was hungry, it had to eat. When it wanted to eat, it had to go home. When it went home, it began to bark to urge it to eat. This was the survival principle of every domestic pet in the city. After watching Sahara walk back to the courtyard, Jingtan did not follow it back. Instead, he returned to the place where Sahara had pushed the car. Now that there was no one around, the people walking around had no idea that a dog had just pushed a person over there. Jingtan looked around and did not see the two men and the woman. Seeing that it was almost time, he went back. If he went back late, he would be scolded. The next day, Jingtan turned on the computer when no one was at home and looked at the school forum of Tsinghua University. One only needed to look at the school forum to know whether the matter had blown up or not. Nowadays, the internet was becoming more and more advanced. Students would discuss anything on the forum. They would discuss buying a car, buying headphones, and even discussing what kind of medicine smelly feet should use. Even though it was the final exam period, the forum was still bustling with activity. It was even more lively than usual. There were people selling cheating devices, part-time scalpers selling train tickets, and groups trying to get people to go home together. Jingtan went online and browsed the school forum when he didn't know what to do. Turning to the relevant discussion area, Jingtan saw a hot post as soon as he opened it. After clicking on it, a photo of Sahara, the funny dog, was placed there. It was taken by a student when Sahara was pushing someone yesterday. The photo was not good, but people who were familiar with it could easily recognize Sahara. After all, in the school, there was only one dog with 3 bloodlines that looked like this. Other huskies and Labradors were purer. The student who posted the post was one of the passers-by yesterday. He usually liked to hang out on the school forum. He said that when he and his classmates were preparing to go shopping yesterday, they saw a dog push a girl riding a bicycle. The person who took the photo was his classmate. His words revealed his dissatisfaction with the school's incident. He was worried that the dog was sick and would hurt other students in the school. It was really a dangerous factor. Many people replied to the post. Many of them recognized Sahara. They even dug out information about Sahara's owner, Wan Ying, and Wan Ying's grandfather, academician Wan. Naturally, there were some people who mocked and ridiculed. Should we go to the security office to report this matter? What's there to report? Can't you see that his grandfather is an academician? Who is academician Wan? Is he very powerful? Brother upstairs, haven't you heard the school broadcast? You don't know about the famous academician Wan, but this person appears quite frequently. He has given lectures and made a lot of achievements. He's a celebrity. Even my supervisor has to act like a child in front of him. There's a saying called a dog relying on its master's power. Next time, give a bad review on the internet. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. I heard that the dog is usually quite crazy. Wanning is still teaching us. He's quite a good person. But I don't know about academician Wan. I've only heard of his name, but I've never seen him. Like dog, like master. My impression of academician Wan has dropped to negative values. A bunch of losers. If you have the guts, say it in front of him. If you have the time, why don't you go find a teacher to ask questions? Are you planning to go to class with your juniors next year if you fail? I don't know which bastard cancelled the makeup exam policy. F***CK. The big hot at the end of the post showed that many people were following it. From the first page to the last page, Jingtan realized that Sahara had probably gotten into trouble this time. Many of the students did not even know the cause of the incident and were just making a ruckus. It was probably because it was during the final exams, so some people who were under pressure decided to find entertainment here. Although it was just a dog, sometimes, a small fuse was all that was needed to explode. Unfortunately, dogs could not speak. Even if Sahara was really wronged, it could not say anything. Wanning could only apologize to it. Now, academician Wan was involved. The upper class had their own game. Although Professor Wan was an academician, there was more than one academician in the school. There were also people who dared to go against academician Wan. Many of the people in the post were from other factions. If they could not do research, they would use strategy. This was a common phenomenon that made people feel helpless. After turning off the computer, Jingtian went to Sahara's building. Downstairs, he could still hear Sahara whining from its nose. It sounded like it had been wronged. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Letting it out would only make things more troublesome. At noon, Jingtian heard people in the courtyard talking about Sahara being locked up by Ruaning. It was estimated that it would not be released for a long time. Ruaning was looking for someone to apologize. In the afternoon, Jingtian went to the place where Sahara peed on the bicycle yesterday. There was no smell of urine on the bicycle. It was probably sold by the two people. After waiting for a long time, he did not see the two people. For the next few days, Jingtian wandered around the school, looking for the three people. Finally, one day, Jingtian saw them. However, they were not in the school, but near the school gate. That day, Jingtian went to Jiao Wei's small restaurant for lunch. On his way back, he took a look at the Wutaro sesame cake shop. There were still many people. Although it was past lunchtime and the line was not very long, there were still 7 or 8 people in the line. A female student carrying a backpack rode her bike to the biscuit shop and stopped by a tree. She probably felt that it was too troublesome to lock her bike. Buying biscuits wouldn't take too much time, so she didn't lock her bike. She parked her bike there and walked towards the biscuit shop. When it was her turn to line up at the biscuit shop, Jingtian saw a person walk to the spot where the female student had parked her bike. He calmly pushed the bike away and rode away. Jingtian was stunned. However, when others saw this scene, they would not have any other thoughts. It was too natural. However, when the female student came back with the sesame cake and did not see her bicycle and shouted, "Where's my bicycle?" Jingtian knew that there was something wrong with her. The person who rode away was the female student who had pushed the bicycle with Sahara that day. Nearby, Jingtian also saw another face. It was the owner of the bicycle that Sahara had peed on that day. Jingtian did not have time to think too much. Jingtian could no longer see the female student riding the bicycle. The pedestrians and cars blocked his view. However, Jingtian could still follow the other person. The man was riding an old bicycle that looked a little shabby. He was not fast, so Jingtian could follow him easily. The man did not ride into the school. Instead, he rode in the direction away from the school. Jingtian hesitated for a moment. After all, he did not know where the two people were going. However, Jingtian did not think too much about it and continued to follow. Riding a bicycle would not take them far. Besides, if it was really too far, Jingtian would not continue to chase. Fortunately, the man did not ride far. After following for about 2 or 3 minutes, they arrived at a bicycle shop. This shop repaired bicycles and sold new and used bicycles. The shop was estimated to be about 50 square meters. It was filled with bicycles. The repair shop had a simple shed built outside. 2 students were there to pump air, and another student was pushing a bicycle to repair the chain. Inside the shop, a man in his 40s was sitting on a velvet chair and playing with his phone. When he saw the person who came, he did not say anything. He just tilted his head slightly. One look, one small movement. They both understood each other. Jingtian watched the man push the bicycle into the alley next to the shop. Jingtian followed him. Without a cat tag, no one would suspect that it was a cat. People who saw it would just think that it was someone's pet. Jingtian did not come out when the trouble in the Sahara Desert happened that day, so they did not see him. Therefore, when the person walking in front turned around and saw Jingtian, he did not think much of it. There was a small courtyard behind the shop with a 2-meter-high wall. The man opened the backyard door and pushed the bicycle in. Jingtian walked to the corner, jumped on the wall, and looked inside. There were 4 people standing in the courtyard, 3 men and 1 woman. They were about the same age and were talking and laughing. Jing Tan had seen 3 of them on the day of the trouble in the Sahara Desert. The other person was unfamiliar and looked like a student. He did not dye his hair yellow and did not wear non-mainstream clothes. At first glance, no one would think bad of him. There were 2 bicycles parked in the courtyard. One of them was the one that the female student rode. The person that Jing Tan had not seen before was wearing a blue uniform. There were tools next to him. He planned to redo the bicycle, grind off the original paint, and spray new paint. Looking at the posture of these people, he knew that they had been doing this for more than a month or 2. They were familiar with it. Judging by the calm look of the woman who had ridden someone else's bicycle, he knew that she had done this kind of thing often. She looked like a quiet girl. When the Sahara Desert pushed her down with the bicycle that day, she had attracted a lot of sympathy. But who knew that she would do such a thing? None of these people looked like they had done bad things, but that was the truth. These people had stolen a bicycle and probably provoked the Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert was watching them, but the method was wrong. It could not speak, could not explain, and no one helped it. It was useless to just know that these people had stolen a bicycle. The other party had more people and more mouths, so they could defend themselves. In contrast, the Sahara Desert could be beaten to a pulp in an instant. It could only be locked at home and whimper. Jing Tan actually wanted to pull out all the valves in the shop to piss them off, but now was not the right time. It would be easy to alert the enemy. After squatting on the wall and watching for a while, Jing Tan quietly left. If he wanted to clear the Sahara Desert's name, he could only use evidence. As Jing Tan ran to school, he thought, I'm not the one who caused trouble this time. I'm just helping the Sahara Desert. At the same time, Jing Tan had to admit that he was a little excited every time he did something like this. Chapter 357. Now that he had decided to help Sahara clear its name, Jing Tan immediately started to act. He had to hurry up. In another week, a large number of students would start to go home. At that time, even if the truth was revealed, the effect would be much worse. If this matter could not be settled, Sahara would not be able to have fun in school in the future and would be ridiculed by others. Although it could not understand the complicated human language, many animals, especially animals that had lived in human society for a long time, were very sensitive to the emotions of people. They could distinguish between good and bad feelings. Jing Tan had seen many examples of this, and Sahara was also one of them. It was not easy to be an animal. The thieves seemed to be planning to make a lot of money before the winter vacation because some of the more expensive bicycles would be moved to the student dormitory before the students left school. Usually, many people found it troublesome to move them up and down, especially those who lived on higher floors. However, when the vacation came, they would move them to the dormitory or the dormitory of the students who lived on lower floors to prevent them from being stolen and to prevent them from being exposed to the wind and rain outside. It was safer to put them in the shed than in the dormitory. The good bicycles were moved to the dormitory and locked up. There were also building managers keeping an eye on them. The thieves would not make a move there. As for the old bicycles that were casually left outside, they could not be sold for much money. They were not willing to do it themselves. Therefore, they would make more money during this period. Jing Tan was not a professional in this field. In addition, he was still in this state, so the methods he could use were limited. The most powerful evidence was photos and videos. However, Jing Tan could not install a camera or a bug here. He did not have the ability to do so without equipment. However, he could still secretly take a few photos. When it came to taking photos, it seemed that the only tool that he could use was his mobile phone. Jing Tan came to the old tiled housing area and squatted in front of the old wooden table. He looked at the open drawer and pondered. There were 2 mobile phones in the drawer. One was the one he used to use, and the other was left behind by Lu Ba. He thought that he would not need to use it for a long time. Now, it seemed that he really had to use it. After giving it some thought, Jing Tan decided to install the new SIM card as well. After the battery was installed, the phone was turned on. There were several applications that Jing Tan didn't know the functions of. He tried the camera and found that the shooting function was not bad. Even if it couldn't compare to the mobile phones of 4 years later, it was still very good compared to other mobile phones of the same time period. Electronic products were being updated too quickly. 2 years ago, 3 to 5,000 were now available for a few hundred yuan. Zheng Tan's old phone had been considered a high-end phone back then, but now it could no longer keep up with the pace. As someone who had been through this before, Zheng Tan knew that even if he had a new phone now, it would soon be eliminated by Lu Ba. Advancing with the times was nothing more than that. Fortunately, Zheng Tan didn't have many requirements now, as long as he could make calls, send text messages, and take pictures. The old phone's pixels weren't good enough, so he could only use the 680. During the day, Zheng Tan did not dare to come openly, so he could only wait until nighttime. Zheng Tan didn't know the names of the 4 people. When they called each other, they didn't call each other by their full names. He also didn't know which school they were from. What he was sure of was that the 4 of them were students of Tsinghua University. On the way back to school, Zheng Tan saw the old car that had been urinated on by Sahara. An unfamiliar student was riding the car and chatting with his classmates. When he arrived at the school gate, he parked the car in a shed near the school gate. "Can't you ride it out?" "Why did you park it here?" the person riding the old car said. "Brother, it doesn't matter where you park your old car, but I can't afford to lose mine. I heard that it's not safe outside the school, so it's better to park it on campus." The person riding the old car parked it and locked it. "Last month, my girlfriend's folding car that she bought not long ago was stolen. When she bought the car, she specially bought an 80s lock. She didn't buy the 30s or 50s lock." "Wasn't it stolen?" "It was parked near a restaurant outside, but it hasn't been found yet. It's better to park in places with cameras. The chances of it being stolen are lower." The person pointed at the camera not far away. "I think it's better to buy an old car. Look at mine. I just bought it. It's only 50 renminbi. I'm not afraid of it being stolen. Even if it's stolen, I won't feel bad. It's already good enough for this old car to be worth 30 renminbi. 50 renminbi? Did you get scammed? Where did you buy it?" "It's from the horse racing shop not far away. But they said they just changed the brakes. They even have a lock and key. Changing a wire for the brakes only costs 1 or 2 RMB at the repair shop on campus. The cost is even lower. As for the lock and key, who doesn't bring a lock and key?" After the 2 people walked away, Zheng Tan approached the old car. There was still the smell of dog urine on the wheels. It was not easy to smell, so it should have been washed. The car was not repainted. Those people probably thought it was too troublesome. As for the horse racing shop that the student mentioned, it was the shop that Zheng Tan was watching. It was the place where the thieves disposed of the car. After dinner, Zheng Tan put on his vest and went out. He went to the old tile-roofed housing area to install his phone. Then, he walked to the horse racing shop. No one noticed Zheng Tan at night. It was not easy to see through the black vest. No one would stare at a cat in the middle of the night. When he arrived at the horse racing shop, the shop was not closed yet. There were a few people sitting in the shop. Other than the shop owner that he saw during the day, Zheng Tan did not recognize the others. The 4 students who stole the car were not there. Zheng Tan entered the alley next to the shop and jumped onto the wall at the back of the shop. There were a few bicycles parked in the yard. Because they had been painted during the day, there was still some smell. The woman's bicycle that was lost in front of the shop had been changed. The original paint was worn off, and a new paint was sprayed with a different color. For many people who lost their cars, their first thought was to see if it was the same color as their car. After the new paint, it would not be so easy for the owner to see it. The yard was very quiet. There were a lot of goods and parts piled up at the back door of the shop. No one was at the back door. The back door was closed. Probably because the front door was locked, no one would care about the back door. Zheng Tan listened to the surrounding movements. After confirming that no one was nearby, he took out his phone and took pictures. If he wanted to take pictures at night, he had to use the flash. Zheng Tan was afraid that the flash would attract attention. Therefore, after taking a picture, he carefully paid attention to the surroundings. Other than the horse racing shop, he also paid attention to the surrounding residential houses and shops. After confirming that there was no abnormal movement, he continued to take a second picture. The people in the shop were playing cards. No one would have thought that at this time, there was a cat secretly taking pictures with a phone in their backyard. After taking a few key pictures, Zheng Tan jumped onto the courtyard wall and looked around. Zheng Tan planned to take a few more pictures during the day. However, it was not convenient for him to take his phone during the day. Therefore, he planned to hide his phone around tonight. He did not need to wear a vest to take pictures during the day tomorrow. The balcony on the second floor of the shop was relatively narrow. There were some things that had not been touched for a long time. The door at the back of the second floor was also closed. Looking at the marks on the door, it seemed that it was rarely opened. Zheng Tan jumped onto the balcony on the second floor and carefully cleared the messy things. In this way, the things on the side could block the view of the other residents on both sides. There was a gap between two boxes near the railing, which made it convenient for Zheng Tan to take pictures secretly and was not easy to be discovered by the people below. After trying it, Zheng Tan was quite satisfied. When he felt that it was enough, he put down the phone and went home directly. The phone that Lu Ba gave him had a lock function. If the correct password was not entered 3 times, it would be turned off directly and the data inside would be erased. This phone was indeed safer than other phones. It specialized in this kind of thing and was not afraid of being discovered. It would not rain tomorrow. If there was rain or snow, the 4 people would not leave the car outside. After all, this was the car that they wanted to sell. The next day, Zheng Tan did not go out immediately. Instead, he secretly went online to read the discussion about the Sahara incident on the school forum. The hot post was still there. In addition, there were posts about wanting apologizing to the students in the school. Some students even asked wanting to take the Sahara to the veterinary hospital for a checkup. If it was a human, the situation was similar to others saying that you were crazy and had to be sent to the hospital for a checkup. If you did not get a checkup, you were considered a lunatic and a lunatic. To humans, this was undoubtedly an insult. However, when it came to animals, it was natural. Many people asked wanting to show the health records of the veterinary hospital and the recent checkup. It was as if they were unyielding. There was no way Zheng Tan would believe that no one was purposely trying to mess things up. Students would not casually force a teacher or an academician. They did not have the guts. Even if they did, they felt that it was unnecessary. However, not only did these few people say it, they even encouraged others to talk nonsense. They were just talking about the dog, but not long after, they mentioned the project funds. They were suspected of using fake bills to obtain funds for the research project. Some students had already realized that something was wrong and did not speak nonsense. There were scandals of some big shots in universities every year, and they were all famous universities. Tsinghua University had also had such scandals before. However, it was not heard of in recent years. Now that this was mentioned, it was not something that the students could control. It was fine to express their opinions after the incident, but now that the situation was unclear, it was better to remain silent. If they offended someone, they would not be able to bear the consequences. There had been many examples in the past. Young teachers had offended some big shot with prestige and status and had been ostracized and restrained. Some graduate students had been stuck for a few years because of disagreements with their supervisors. These kinds of things were common, and students would gossip about it when they got together. Although there were fewer people speaking on the forum, there were many people paying attention. The students and teachers were all watching. If they did not dare to speak, they would not be allowed to watch. Anyway, it did not involve them. They could just watch the show, right? There were even people who directly said, "Let them fight each other." It was unknown how much resentment they had. Looking at the latest discussions, no one mentioned the female student who was pushed down along with her car by Sahara anymore. Even the mention of Sahara was gradually decreasing. This could be considered to have entered the main topic of the battle, and no one knew when the school would delete the post. Zheng Tan looked for a while and was about to turn off his computer and go out. However, he saw a post that was posted yesterday. It was about a stolen car. He clicked on it to take a look. The person who posted it was a girl. She said roughly when she lost her car and where she lost it. She also posted a picture of the car and asked the students who saw it to inform her. The picture proved that it was the car that Zheng Tan saw. Zheng Tan noticed that one of the pictures that the girl posted was of the car seat. There was a string of English letters printed on the back of the car seat. It was the pinyin of the girl's name. It was written in cursive. People who did not know would probably think that it was the car's brand. This was good evidence. Chapter 358. It was not easy for Zheng Tan to find the 4 students who stole the car, and it was also not convenient to take pictures of them in broad daylight. She could only wait in the backyard of the carriage racing firm. After all, they would come back here after stealing the car. Every time they came here, they would do it together. Because every time they committed a crime, there would be accomplices around to deal with possible situations. For example, when stealing a woman's car, there would be at least one man around. If they were caught stealing a car and quarreled with each other, the 2 girls would quarrel with each other. However, the relatively weaker girls would definitely size up the situation and rarely continue to quarrel. When the man's car was stolen, the girl must have been around as well. If the car thief and the owner got into a fight, the gentle-looking girl student might be able to stop the fight. After all, most men wouldn't hit a girl. Moreover, the people here were all students, and their temperament was relatively simple. Many of them were not so bold. Most of them had the attitude of keeping the peace, which encouraged the arrogance of these people. Zheng Tan came to the back of the shop, jumped over the courtyard wall, and climbed over the second-floor balcony. The gray and inconspicuous mobile phone was lying there. After turning on the phone, Zheng Tan looked around to make sure there was no one around. Then he took the phone and went downstairs to find the car stolen by the girl who posted the post. The body of the car was newly painted, but the seat was still there. Zheng Tan hurriedly took a few more photos, and then went back to the second-floor balcony to wait there. He didn't even go to lunch. The group of people would take advantage of the opportunity when there were many students eating outside the school at noon. If Zheng Tan left now, it would be easy for him to miss them. When it was about 1 o'clock, the door of the backyard opened. It was the same 4 people who pushed the stolen car in. Zheng Tan hurriedly turned on the camera function of the phone and began to shoot. He breathed softly so that the phone could better record their voices. They were talking about how they stole the car at noon and how they were almost discovered. This car was a good one and could be sold for hundreds of yuan after being refurbished. After that, they changed the basket and seat of the bicycle with the new paint. It seemed that they did this on a daily basis. Zheng Tan was glad that he took a few more photos just now. These people were very cautious. Zheng Tan didn't know how long Lu Ba's mobile phone could record continuously. Generally, mobile phones didn't take too long to record a video. However, Zheng Tan recorded continuously for half an hour before the notification ended and he needed to start recording again. Zheng Tan was very satisfied. The clarity was good, and the shooting effect was good. In the yard, a few people were laughing and talking about how much money they would get from selling the stolen cars. They would never have thought that at this moment, a cat was hiding on the balcony on the second floor, behind the pile of junk, secretly taking pictures of their every word and action. At around 2 o'clock, 3 of them left. The remaining one continued to search for new cars. Zheng Tan slipped away while the man was in the toilet. The phone was still in the same place. He couldn't take it away in broad daylight. There was nothing else to take, so he just had to come back at night to take the phone back. After leaving the car shop, Zheng Tan went straight to Jiao Wei's small restaurant. He didn't eat at noon, so he was hungry now. At this time, the peak period had expired, and there were not many students eating. When Zheng Tan arrived at the small restaurant, the last 2 students had finished eating and left. Jiao Wei's parents were cleaning up. After seeing Jingtan, Jiao Wei's father helped to heat up the food for Jingtan. Jiao Wei's mother called Jiao Pa, black charcoal just came. It seems that it didn't eat. It must have been playing around at noon. I'm heating up the food for it. Jingtan was speechless. Auntie, can you make up a better reason? If you say that, you'll be scolded when you go back. After eating, Jingtan went to the racetrack to see if there were any other evidence that could be taken. He went home at around 5:00 to wait for dinner. At 7:30 in the evening, he put on his vest and went to the racetrack to get his phone back. He put his phone in his vest and returned to the old tiled housing area on campus. Jingtan lowered the volume and looked at the videos and recordings on the phone. He felt a sense of accomplishment. With these videos and an analysis of Sahara's behavior that day, he should be able to tell the truth. But soon, Jingtan's happy mood slowly cooled down. Then, his beard trembled. He suddenly thought of a very important problem. There was no data cable on this phone. Lu Ba didn't give him a data cable. Where was the memory card? If there was a memory card, Jiao Pa seemed to have a card reader. Jingtan looked through the phone. After studying for a long time, he only found the place to put the calling card. He didn't see the memory card. Looking at the data interface, he knew that it wasn't an ordinary data cable. If he couldn't find the card or the data cable, how could he release the evidence he had? There was a Bluetooth function on the phone, but the Jiao family's desktop didn't have it. Jingtan was vexed. However, after thinking about it carefully, using the Jiao family's desktop to release these things was a little too eye-catching. After all, it was the campus's internet. If they wanted to find out who posted these things, they could easily find out. Jingtan wasn't a computer expert, so he couldn't deal with those professionals. It wouldn't be good if these things caused trouble for the Jiao family. Although the Jiao Pa was doing well now, he was still a far cry from people like academician Ruan. Now, the higher-ups were fighting silently. If the Jiao Pa was targeted, it wouldn't take much effort. During the selection or other small issues, the Jiao Pa would be very busy. It would be good if academician Ruan was behind the scenes. Unfortunately, some trouble was inevitable. The Jiao Pa had his own plans and pace. Jingtan couldn't interfere with the Jiao Pa's plans. This matter was handled by Jingtan himself. It had nothing to do with the Jiao Pa. What should he do? Jingtan stared at the mobile phone that was playing the video in a low voice. He thought about it and decided to let Lu Ba handle this kind of thing. Did Lu Ba expect today's problem when she left the mobile phone to him? It was too tiring to deal with people with high IQ and flexible minds like them. Jingtan sighed in his heart. No matter what, since he had been busy for so long, there was no reason to give up now. Jingtan sent a text message to Lu Ba. Lu Ba replied very quickly. He was not in the city and was busy with an order. However, he asked Jingtan to send the video directly to him using a software installed on his mobile phone. Lu Ba, who was out of the province, could download the video sent by Jingtan and post it on Tsinghua University's campus forum according to Jingtan's expectations. Jingtan had never seen that software before. Even before he turned into a cat, he had never seen or heard of it. However, since Lu Ba said that it was okay and that it was safe, Jingtan had no other choice but to send it directly. While sending the video, Jingtan was thinking about how much it would cost based on the amount of data. However, he could continue to send messages after sending the video. He did not receive any notification that he owed money. Jingtan did not care much about it. If something happened, Lu Ba would take care of it. After uploading the video, Jingtan also edited some relevant information for Lu Ba. Lu Ba said that it would be done tonight. However, Jingtan could not go online tonight. He could only wait until tomorrow morning to see how things went. As for the data cable, Lu Ba could not do anything now. It only told Jingtan where the memory card was. This was not an all-in-one phone. It was installed with a memory card. However, it was hidden, so Jingtan did not find it. According to Lu Ba's instructions, Jingtan spent some effort to find it. His claws were not flexible, so it was not convenient for him to play with the phone. Fortunately, he found the place in the end. Lu Ba told Zheng Tan not to use it casually. If he needed help, he could ask for it directly. Zheng Tan thought about it and agreed. With his rubbish technology, he should not waste his time. After arranging everything, Zheng Tan turned off the phone and went back. He broke the battery of the new phone and brought it back. He would use Jiao Ma's all-purpose charger at home tomorrow. Fortunately, the battery could be used in this way. Otherwise, it would be useless if there was only a phone without a data cable or a charger. On the other side, after sending the message and downloading the video, Lu Ba suddenly realized that it did not seem to treat the other party as a cat. It felt like it was chatting with a familiar friend. For example, it felt like it was chatting with a gold tortoise. Lu Ba shook its head with a smile and continued to do its own thing. As long as it did not harm its own interests, it would have more friends and more helpers. From the messages Zheng Tan sent to it, Lu Ba sorted out an article. It inserted many pictures and embedded a few video links. Even if someone deleted the post, they could go to the video website to watch it. The videos posted on the video website could not be deleted easily. In addition, Lu Ba asked the gold tortoise to investigate the carriage racing company. Soon, there was relevant information, and Lu Ba put it in the article. After clicking on the post, Lu Ba thought that Tsinghua University would be lively again. Unfortunately, no one would think of a cat. Lu Ba was excited. It looked through the recent posts on Tsinghua University's forum and grinned. It seemed to be fun. It was waiting to watch the show. The next day, the students of Tsinghua University went crazy. Whether it was those who had not finished the exam, those who had finished the exam and were about to go home, or those who were already at home in front of the computer, all of them went crazy because of the post. Most of the people who were angry were the students who had lost their cars, especially those who had just lost their cars. Whether it was the 4 people who did it or not, it was all on them. As for the others, they felt that the 4 people had embarrassed Tsinghua University and made them lose face. Now, many people in the university were laughing at them. This person with the ID of HT posted a detailed description of the campus car theft gang and the horse racing company. The 4 people who had stolen the cars were also found out. The female student who had lost her car in front of the pancake shop went directly to the female student who had stolen the car and made a scene in the dormitory. It was said that the scene was very lively, and there were pictures on the forum to prove it. Many of the people who had lost their cars were boys. Boys could not be calculative with girls. Even if they were angry, they could not directly vent their anger on girls, right? Therefore, a group of people went to block the other 3 people. Perhaps for many people, it was just a car. Was there a need to make such a scene? But for students, buying a car that was worth 200 to 300 yuan took a long time to negotiate the price. Not long after they bought it, it was stolen. Others could not understand this feeling. When the resentment accumulated to a certain extent, once there was a vent, it would be difficult to control it. It had to be said that these 4 people had not restrained themselves during this period of time. According to the post, these 4 people had stolen nearly 300 cars. A good car could be stolen and sold for 200 to 300 yuan or even more. There was once when they sold a car that was more than 1,000 yuan. A substandard car, even if it was only a few dozen yuan, was still a lot of money. Especially for these students who had not entered society and did not have much income, it was even more unacceptable. You want to use my car to fill your pockets? I'll beat you up no matter what. Students should understand each other. Understand your sister. Acting pitiful? Bah. You know you're wrong. I'll spit again. Take the initiative to admit your mistakes and resolutely not do it again. Who are you trying to fool? On the new post, there was a photoshopped picture and a caption. Chapter 359. The exposure of the school car theft gang gave a group of students who were waiting to go home after their exams something to pass the time. In a certain male dormitory, a person sat in front of a computer, eating a piece of fried chicken delivered by takeout. There was a bottle of beer next to him. His legs were on the table, and his fingers were typing on the keyboard. His roommate behind him walked over and stared at the screen. Your words are sharp. Who are you talking about? From the pure hearts of kindergarten children to the great harmony of social development? Someone stole cars from our school. There are more than 300 cars. Why are you so agitated? It's not like they stole your car. Watch your words, young man. A gentleman does not speak ill of a friend. Have you heard of that? Brother, have your sneakers been taken by someone before? Have your clothes been taken by someone while you were drying them? Have your quilt been stolen or your water bottle taken? It's the same experience. No, it's worse than stealing your quilt. F***ck. This experience is too deep. Reprimand. Reprimand. F***ck off, you're too slow. Let me do it. Gentlemen cut ties. F***ck. There were many similar situations. Many students were talking about it when they visited their classmates' dormitories. It was the end of the year, and there was nothing else to do except for this big incident. Maslow's theory divided the needs of life into 5 levels. From low to high, they were physiological needs, safety needs, belonging and love needs, respect needs, and self-actualization needs. College students were at the 2nd and 3rd levels of life needs, and were gradually moving towards the 4th and 5th levels. They were also a group of people who were easily affected by emotions. Many times, the first thing they thought of was not how to cover up the scandal, but how to look at the big picture. Their parents had let go, and they were semi-exposed to society. Their edges had not been smoothed out, and they boldly expressed their opinions based on their likes and dislikes to vent their emotions. Just like now, many people were thinking about how to reduce the bad influence of the school, but more people would directly express their thoughts. They would scold when they needed to and had no intention of hiding it at all. The racing car store was splashed with smelly water, thrown things, and written with paint many unsuitable words for children. Don't think that the students of famous schools were a bunch of obedient children. There were many who could cause trouble. Some people said that the people of the racing car store were from the underworld, but so what? Not everyone was afraid of them. After that, the police got involved in the investigation. The school took this matter very seriously. They had no choice but to take it seriously. 2 days later, when Jing Tan went out again, he found out that the shop had been closed. He heard that the shop owner had been taken away by the police. The 4 students from Tsinghua University who stole the car were expelled from school. They were taken away along with the shop owner for investigation. Generally, the school would punish students by warning, recording demerits, probation, expulsion, and so on. Expulsion was a very serious punishment. After being expelled, the school would not recognize you as a student. All your previous grades and honors would be nullified and recorded in your files. It would be impossible for you to join the army. The political background check would be directly ignored. It was said that during the investigation, those students gave up a few more names, including other students from their school, from other schools, and from other nearby car dealerships. On the day of the investigation, another car shop near the school was closed, and the owner ran away in the middle of the night. They were able to do all this because the boss of the car dealership helped them. Sometimes, there were orders from customers. They would steal whatever car they wanted. Even if these students graduated, the people of the car dealership would recruit new students to join them. In short, there were many people doing this. The racing car store had been operating near the school for many years, and many students were involved. Many people did not understand why the students were still stealing cars when the school had been promoted to such a high level, and it was a famous school. Later, according to those students, it was because the money came quickly. Most of the time, they could earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. Of course, when the money was divided, it might not be so much. But for many students, especially those who did not have good family conditions, this was a good income. But poverty was not a reason to steal. Wang Xing's family conditions were not good either. That child would come here to pick up bottles from time to time. What about these favored children? Using the words of the older generation, intelligence is not used on the right path. No matter how good the school was, there were many people with bad character. One's character was never proportional to one's ability. Actually, when many students bought cars, they knew that there was something fishy about those second-hand or refurbished cars. But it did not affect their own interests, and they could spend less money to buy a car that looked newer. Who would be willing to be a busybody? It was only because of this incident that they opened their mouths. Some things were impossible to guard against. Even if it was a stolen bicycle, no one would stop it. Tsinghua University was so big, and it was impossible to strictly check every bicycle that came in and out. Only when there were some suspicious situations, such as when the lock was not opened, would the person carrying the bicycle out be checked and registered. This incident was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the security office. The security office also told everyone that there would be more cameras after the new year, and places like the car sheds and dormitories were the focus. As for Sahara's incident, a student posted a post explaining it. He had already returned home and did not go online for a few days. He only found out when his classmate called him after the car theft incident. After he found out, he quickly found an internet cafe to post the truth. It turned out that it was one of Ruan Ying's students. They often went to play basketball with Ruan Ying, and Sahara was tied up next to the basketball court. One day, everyone was playing basketball, and there were many people around. They heard Sahara's scream but did not pay attention. When Ruan Ying followed the sound, the student's car was long gone. Perhaps it was at that time that Sahara targeted those people. Every time he saw them, he would target them. Ruan Ying did not think much of it. After all, they were all students, and they did not look like bad people. Things were clear now, and Sahara was no longer a mad dog. Not only that, but he was also praised by many people. However, whether it was criticism or praise, Sahara, who was locked up at home, did not know. The school forum gradually calmed down. After the students caused a ruckus, they rushed home for the new year, and the number of people in the school gradually decreased. Sahara had been taken out, and the rest of the silent battle was left to Professor Wan and the others. The other small fries would only be cannon fodder. No matter which circle it was, to climb to a certain height, one had to go through countless battles. For example, Jiao Pa had a competitive relationship with some of the teachers in the institute. When dealing with legitimate competition, one had to guard against unfair competition. Although it was good to be kind to others, it was always good to be careful. Just like what Jiao Pa said to his graduate students, when you are a student, you can still focus on scientific research, but when you become a teacher, you may not have the time and mentality to do so. One day a week later, Zheng Tan returned to the courtyard after taking a walk outside. He bumped into Ruan Ying, who was carrying bags of various sizes. Compared to a week ago, when the matter was at its peak, Ruan Ying was in a much better mood. When he saw Zheng Tan, Ruan Ying waved his hand. "Black charcoal, let's go. Let's go play with Sahara at home." Zheng Tan also wanted to see how Sahara, who had been cooped up at home all this time, was like. After Ruan Ying called out, Zheng Tan followed along. Walking beside Ruan Ying, Zheng Tan saw the things in the plastic bags and recognized some of them from the smell. Ruan Ying was carrying chicken liver, peanuts, walnuts, sausages, etc. He followed Ruan Ying to Sahara's house. When he entered, he saw Sahara lying on the sofa. Normally, he would jump at the door when he heard movement, but now, he just looked up and lay down again, looking listless. "Sahara, black charcoal is here." Ruan Ying went over and rubbed Sahara's head. Unfortunately, Sahara only swung his tail and was still listless. I know. I wronged you. You've been wronged. I'll cook dog food for you," Ruan Ying said. Sahara's nose twitched, but he still didn't get up. After Ruan Ying went into the kitchen, Zheng Tan came in front of Sahara. The guy just raised his eyelids and continued lying down. Did he really suffer a blow? Most pets like cats and dogs might have been wronged in their lives. If it was a human, you could tell them, if you've been wronged, just say it. But animals couldn't. No matter how intelligent a pet was, it couldn't express its thoughts through human language. Of course, it was a different story for creatures like the general who were naturally gifted in languages and had high intelligence. If you wronged it, it would immediately start a war of words with you. It would spout a bunch of nonsense that it had heard from somewhere, and it would even have a local accent. It was said that once, General's owner, Professor Tan's child, went to a milk tea shop to buy milk tea. The shop would give customers a cardboard card the size of a bank card. There were 30 slots on the back of the card. Each time he bought it, he would stamp it with a small stamp. When all 30 stamps were filled, he would get a free drink. When General followed Professor Tan's child, he grabbed the card and flew to the cashier. He said to the cashier, "Here, stamp it." The cashier listened a few times but didn't understand what the bird was saying. She thought that General didn't speak properly. In the end, when Professor Tan's child went over to explain, she realized that the bird was speaking in a local dialect. Did you say that it was unintentional? Or was it showing off? Or was it showing off? Or was it playing cheap? Jing Tan was more convinced that the bird was playing cheap. From the very beginning, Jing Tan did not like the general because he could speak human language. Jing Tan, who used to be a real human, now possessed the inner qualities of a human. Not only could she not speak human language, she could not even meow like a cat. Among Jing Tan's cats and dogs, only the sheriff had good language talent and could meow at the dogs. The others couldn't. Cats meowed, dogs barked. Jing Tan didn't know how to meow at all. This was a rather depressing fact. Since she had not been driven crazy, Jing Tan felt that her mental endurance was still quite strong. He looked at Sahara, who was lying on the ground without roaring or rebelling. At first glance, he thought that it had been wronged. If he looked closely, he would find that this fellow's eyes kept drifting to the kitchen. Its ears were also moving to pay attention to the movements in the kitchen. Jing Tan raised his hand and touched Sahara's ear. It was hot. Suddenly thinking of something, Jing Tan touched his ear again. It was cold. As he pondered the question of why a dog's ear was hot while a cat's ear was cold, Jing Tan noticed that Wanning had come out with a bowl of rice. Sahara, who had been listless just now, stood up and wagged its tail happily. Its mouth was moving. Not feeling wronged anymore? Wanning asked. Woof. Sahara jumped up and barked. Wanning placed the bowl in front of Sahara. Sahara didn't care about anything else and started eating. From the way its tail wagged, it was obvious that this fellow was in a good mood. A bowl of food, 2 sentences, a few pats, and a few strokes of its fur. It was immediately revived. Perhaps this was why many people liked dogs. Feeling wronged? Chapter 360. Just like the past few years, they went back to Jiao Pa's hometown for Chinese New Year. Compared to last year, Jing Tan finally gave out the highest red packet this year. Jiao Yuan still felt awkward when he received the red packet. Little Pomelo didn't say anything, but when Jing Tan returned home, he saw little Pomelo putting the red packet with the money into her piggy bank. There was still the red packet from last year in there. Only Jiao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Jiao Pa knew about Jing Tan's red packet. Jiao Ma didn't know about it, or she would scold her for a long time. After the Chinese New Year, everyone got busy. Some went to work, while others went to school. Jing Tan was also busy because someone came to him. Yang Yi was the middleman. The one who really came to Jing Tan was Li Wei. Li Wei wanted to take a set of photos with animals. It seemed like it was to promote animal protection. Before coming to Jing Tan, Li Wei had also taken photos with other animals. Although there were several animals, there was only one choice in the end. She chose a photo that was likely to be on the cover of a fashion magazine. This made Xiaogua very excited. Although it had nothing to do with him, Jing Tan had signed a contract with his studio. He also had some responsibility, so he paid a lot of attention to this matter. There was a special photography team following Li Wei. They would follow Li Wei to different places to take photos because it was inconvenient for animals like Jing Tan to go out. Jing Tan was sent by Xiaogua to Li Wei's studio in Chuhua City. There were several foreigners in the photography team, and they had to go through a few days of training before taking photos. Jing Tan didn't know if the animals that he had taken photos with Li Wei had also gone through this training. He only knew that Li Wei's company paid a lot of money this time, and there was also free training. Zheng Tan didn't care. After all, to him, it was just a little boring. When he received the task, Zheng Tan was wondering if he had to walk on the catwalk. However, when he arrived, he realized that he was just following the instructions of those people and making a few poses with Li Wei. It had to be said that a supermodel was indeed a supermodel. Just by standing there, she had an imposing aura. In order not to be outdone by Li Wei, Jing Tan restrained her indifference. Since she had accepted this assignment, she had to take it seriously. After all, this was related to the prize money. After the photo shoot, Li Wei gave Jing Tan a red envelope. The money in the red envelope was enough to make up for the red envelopes that Jing Tan had given out during the new year. This made Jing Tan very happy. Li Wei and her company's staff didn't stay in Chuhua City for long. They were in a hurry as Li Wei had a show in the near future. Xiao Guo said that if Jing Tan and Li Wei's photos were selected, Jing Tan would be rich. There would be other unimaginable opportunities. Jing Tan didn't really care. As for the opportunities that Xiao Guo mentioned, if it was to shoot a movie again, Jing Tan didn't want to go again. This kind of experience was enough. He didn't want to specialize in this field. Unlike Qi De, Li Wei's appearance didn't make much difference to Jing Tan's life. Jing Tan was still Jing Tan, a cat in the courtyard that looked like an ordinary house cat. In the warm spring season, the campus was always more lively, whether it was people or animals. Jing Tan went out for a walk and came back. He walked downstairs to De Pang's balcony and took out his access card and key. He was about to enter the building when he heard a voice from the 4th floor. "There's a monk picking water to drink, he picking water to drink." A bald head came out from the balcony on the 3rd floor and shouted at the 4th floor, "If you sing this song again, I'll go up and pluck your feathers." The B***tch bird on the 4th floor looked out from the cage and said, "Bald donkey." Jing Tan and Mao were speechless. Mao wanted to curse, but considering that his daughter was at home, he swallowed the F***ck that jumped out and said to the 4th floor, "Just you wait. F***ck, why hasn't my hair grown out yet?" Mao thought angrily. Mao brought his wife and child to live in the courtyard when the weather turned warm in March. It was still the 3-floor apartment that he rented before. The original owner of the apartment had already taken away many things and cleared out a room. The study was changed into a baby's room. The nanny hired for the 2nd bedroom, Black Rice, was also brought over. Because it had lived here before, it was familiar with the smell. Black Rice adapted quickly and didn't cry out anxiously because of the change of place. With the nanny helping to clean up, the house wasn't as messy as before. After all, Mao was a married man with a child. Compared to his unruly self in the past, the current Mao was much more mature. Of course, if it wasn't for the bald head, some people would still believe that Mao had matured. But with the bald head, the smell changed. Speaking of Mao's bald head, it was his daughter's birthday this year. Mao was so happy that when he blew out the candles for his daughter, he got too close and the candles burned a tuft of hair in front of his head. Fortunately, it wasn't burned and nothing happened. Mao simply shaved his head bald. The 1-year-old Yuan would slap her father's bald head twice and slap it loudly. Mao didn't get angry and just let her slap it. Did his daughter think that his long hair was too prickly? Shave it again. Just like how the 3rd Master Fong doted on his daughter, he let them pull his hair and slap his face. As long as his daughter was happy, nothing was a problem. His wife and daughter didn't mind Mao's bald head, but this bald head often gave people a bad first impression. For example, a few days ago, Mao brought his daughter to see a flower show. When they came out, they were stopped by the guards there. Even the police who happened to be patrolling the area came over to ask about the situation. They asked Mao to show his identification and looked at him suspiciously. With a shaved head and sunglasses, he didn't look like a decent man. He was also carrying a clean and beautiful girl in his arms. No matter how you looked at it, it was suspicious. In addition, there were a few cases of child trafficking before the new year, so Mao was stopped directly. This incident was often laughed at by Qin Tao and the others. They said that Mao wasn't suitable for shaving his head. Therefore, Mao decided that unless his hair fell out naturally, he shouldn't learn to shave his head. Because his wife and her friend went abroad to attend a cat show, Mao directly brought his daughter to live in the courtyard of Tsinghua University. Compared to the environment and atmosphere in his home, he preferred this place. There were more children here, and the people around were good. Mao didn't expect his daughter to be knowledgeable and versatile in the future. As long as she was healthy, it would be fine. This place was just a supporting role. Mao's parents were quite supportive of this. Nowadays, the relationships between neighbors in many communities were very indifferent, and people didn't know each other well. In addition, Mao's parents didn't believe in Mao's character. If they could grow up in a good environment, at least their granddaughter wouldn't be as ugly as her father, right? But Mao didn't expect that the bird on the 4th floor would mock him as soon as he moved in. Why did it have to sing, monk, of all things? Wasn't it obvious that it was being sarcastic? Now, even bald donkey came out. This was too much. Except for the problem with this B***tch bird, Mao felt that life here was quite harmonious. With a nanny, he didn't have to worry about food and drink. He just needed to take care of his daughter every day. Although Mao didn't seem to be working every day, his wallet was always full of money. Once in a while, he checked the money in his bank card. Oh, there were hundreds of thousands more. Even Mao's parents didn't know how much investment Mao had made. In the past, the old couple urged Mao to do something serious to save money to marry a wife. Now, Mao's wife was married and had a child. Their wallet was full, so the old couple didn't care about Mao anymore. Instead of getting a headache every time they talked about Mao, it was better to talk about their granddaughter. Every afternoon, Mao would bring his daughter downstairs to exchange experiences with other people in the courtyard who brought their children out for walks. The old people in the courtyard were very enthusiastic about these children. Mao even put Yuan on the back of Little Blossom a few times. Many children in the courtyard liked Little Blossom very much. Compared to the bull-headed terrier Zhuangzhuang, who was small in size, deformed, and fierce in many people's eyes, Little Blossom was a gentle big fellow and was very popular among the children. Of course, not many parents would let their children interact with bull-headed terriers. Everyone knew that this kind of dog wasn't easy to get along with. Moreover, bull-headed terriers did bite people more than once. This morning, Jingtan planned to go out for a walk. When he went downstairs, he saw Mao moving a 4-wheeled children's princess car downstairs. After moving it, Mao went upstairs to pick up his daughter. Was he going to walk the child again? Jingtan had tried to lift the car before. It was about 30 kilograms. Because it didn't look conspicuous, he thought it would be the same as the plastic cars the children in the courtyard used. He didn't expect that it would be heavier. Mao didn't find it troublesome to move it up and down several times a day. If one looked closely, they would find that there was something special in the baby car. Many protective measures were well done. It was definitely sturdier and safer than it looked. After Mao carried Yuan downstairs, he let Yuan open the door and climb into the car. Yuan was a little over a year old, not even a year and a half. She could walk, but she couldn't run. It was a little strenuous for her to get into the car. However, probably because she had done this before, she was familiar with the series of movements. Mao helped her when she couldn't climb in. After Yuan got into the car and sat down, Mao asked her to fasten her seatbelt. Zheng Tan looked. There was indeed a seatbelt. The equipment was quite complete. Mao was wearing a set of sportswear today. After everything was ready, he took out a small remote control and started walking. At the same time, the princess car that Yuan was sitting in started moving. Using a car to walk children seemed to be more common now. It wasn't as rare as when little kitten Zhui used to be. This method was also liked by many young parents. When Mao ran faster than the car, he would slow down and change from running to walking. When the car came over, he would start jogging again. No matter what, Mao wouldn't let the children's car get away from him. Yuan seemed very excited. She wasn't afraid at all and kept smiling. Sometimes, she would even pat the steering wheel that didn't really work. Zheng Tan looked at the two of them. Taking a child for a walk so early in the morning, they were really in the mood. Chapter 361. In April, all the smiling flowers in the school had bloomed. One could smell their fragrance on the streets. Mao steered his daughter's car and drove on a path with few people. On the main road of the school, cars and pedestrians came and went in a hurry. It was not safe and there was also car exhaust. The path was different. It was safe and quiet. There were many flowers and trees and the air was better. Mao taught his daughter how to recognize things as they walked. Trees, birds, flowers, clouds. Mao taught a word and Mao would say it. If it was not right the first time, he would teach it a second time and a third time until it was right. Zheng Tan used to think that Mao was unreliable. He did not expect him to be so patient with his daughter. When he was raising black rice, he seemed to be quite patient too. He taught her as they walked and even took a few photos with his camera. Mao had taken many photos of black rice's daily life when he was raising black rice. Now, his pleasure was to take photos of Mao and black rice. To Mao, repeating the same thing every day was a pleasure. As they walked, Mao paused. He stopped Mao's car and looked ahead with a frown. Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He also heard something unusual in front of him. Ouch! A person rolled down the slope at the fork in front. His face was bruised and his body was in a mess. It was obvious that he had just been beaten up. Zheng Tan could smell alcohol and some other unpleasant smells from the wind blowing over. After that person, another 3 people jumped down from the slope and kicked the person who was rolling on the ground a few more times. They were also cursing him. Before the people in front started to punch and kick, Mao put his hand into the children's car to cover Mao's eyes. He tried to talk to Mao to distract him. At the same time, he used his other hand to control the children's car and was about to leave. He did not care about this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, the person in front saw Mao and walked over. He looked angry. His long sleeves were rolled up, revealing the tattoo on his arm. Mao frowned even harder. He turned the children's car so that Mao could not see the person who was walking over. Hey, you! The person pointed at Mao. To be exact, he pointed at the digital camera hanging around Mao's neck. You took a picture, didn't you? What the man meant was that Mao had taken a picture of what they had done and wanted to check it. However, from what Zheng Tan saw, he didn't just want to check if there were any photos taken of them. From the look in his eyes, it was obvious that he wanted to take the camera for himself. After all, this was an SLR camera, and it was a famous brand. It was worth a lot of money. Zheng Tan looked around. Although last year's car theft incident had caused the school to install surveillance cameras in some of the car sheds and dormitories, there were no cameras installed in remote and quiet places like the small paths. The students probably didn't think much of it. After all, there were many people doing things that were not suitable for children in these remote places. There were no cameras. Other than when the security guards were patrolling, no one would pay attention to this side. If they accidentally bumped into a young couple, they would be scolded by the students for being nosy and not doing their job properly. At this time, there were not many people here, and there was no one else on this road. If it was just Mao alone, Zheng Tan was not worried. Mao could definitely deal with them easily, but now Mao had his daughter with him. Mao saw the person approaching, and the other 2 people who were kicking people over there also looked over. Mao looked around and smiled. He seemed to be trying to curry favor with the person. He looked very nervous as he said to the person, "Big brother, can we find a place to talk? This is not a good place." Mao pointed at the road. There were cars passing by at the intersection they had just passed. The person probably thought about it and didn't want to make things known, so he nodded. In their view, this was just a young teacher in the school. Generally speaking, students and young teachers were more timid and easy to bully. After Mao finished speaking, he took out his phone to check the time and put it back in his pocket. This made the person's eyes brighten. The phone was also a good phone. Maybe he even had money on him. It seemed that he had a lot of money. Because Mao was misunderstood because he shaved his head, he always wore a hat when he came out in school. Today, he didn't wear sunglasses. Since he was young, it was understandable that he was mistaken for a teacher in the school. The man pointed to a spot on the slope. There were also some stone tables and benches. Usually, there would be some students sitting there for their morning reading. But today, probably because of these few people, there was not a single student there. Black Charcoal, help me look after Yuan. Mao pushed the children's stroller to the side near the lawn. This way, it would not be easy for the stroller to slip. Then, he walked up the slope with the leader. Yuan was still looking left and right for Mao. Zheng Tan poked a little doll tied to the stroller to attract Mao's attention, so that the little guy wouldn't cry. At the same time, Zheng Tan also pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the movements on the slope. If Mao was alone, the three people over there could be easily dealt with. The three guys looked fierce, but in reality, they were far inferior to those who really fought. They were only strong on the surface. It was okay to bluff those naive students, but to pretend in front of an expert, it could only be said that they had a death wish. The truth was just as Zheng Tan thought. Mao knew very well how strong the three of them were. He was confident that he could deal with them. In addition, he was worried that Yuan would cause trouble if he left for too long, so he quickly went up the slope. He wasn't afraid of being found out. He just didn't want Yuan to see such a violent scene. Looking at the three guys who were curled up like shrimps on the ground, Mao picked up a business card on the ground. It had fallen from the leader, and there were the words, XX Guarantee Investment Company, on it. Pfft, I thought it was a loan shark, Mao said disdainfully. No, we are just helping, debt collectors. The man said with some difficulty. He wanted to defend himself, but Mao quickly interrupted him. It's none of my business if you're a loan shark or a debt collector. Mao raised his hand and patted the man's face. You don't even know what to do. You're blind. When I came out, you were still in some corner. You're not even older than me. The leader cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Otherwise, he would be greeted with more than just 2 punches. He thought that this person was a young teacher who was easy to deal with. Now that he took off his hat and revealed his short hair, which looked like he had just been released from prison. Coupled with his bandit aura, the leader was about to vomit blood in his heart. *CK, he shouldn't have come out today. Why did he come here so early in the morning to collect debts? Mao didn't want to bother with these 3 small fries anymore. He quickly put on his hat and punched again. If it was before he got married, he wouldn't have punched so lightly. At least there would be blood. Now, he didn't want his hands to be stained with blood. He still had to push his daughter's stroller. He flicked the leaves and invisible dust off his body and walked quickly to the children's stroller. As for the person lying in the middle of the path, Mao didn't even look at him. There were too many temptations in this society. Many people found it hard to resist and gradually became addicted to it, especially those students who had weak resistance to temptation but wanted to enter the world of sensual pleasures. It was acceptable for people who borrowed money because of their family's financial situation. However, Mao wouldn't even look at people who loitered around sensual places and borrowed money because of some bad habits. In order to avoid the sensitive words, usury, many private usury companies would put up signboards such as, investment company, or guarantee company. However, private usury companies had developed to this point, and it was difficult to find loopholes in them. Whether it was the IOU or the mortgage procedures, they were very complete. Moreover, these companies avoided all risks when dealing with loan sharks. It was difficult to win a lawsuit. Private loan sharks were not under the supervision of the Banking Regulatory Bureau. Loan companies under the supervision of the Provincial Finance Office needed to obtain a business license, and the examination and approval were very strict. Private loan sharks were obviously illegal, but it was difficult to forcibly stop them. As for these people who helped to collect debts, guarantee companies worked with debt collection companies the most. If they helped to collect debts, if something happened, the loan shark company would be able to get rid of the trouble easily. It was a win-win situation. These three people were just small fries in the debt collection company. They couldn't cause any waves and didn't dare to take revenge. Mao could see this, so he didn't need to spend too much effort. With Yuan Er's hearing, it was difficult to hear what they were saying. However, Zheng Tan heard the conversation between Mao and that person clearly. However, he didn't think too much about it. After Mao came over, he left. In the next few days, Zheng Tan didn't see the three people when he walked around the school, so he threw this matter to the back of his mind. At the end of May, Zheng Tan heard from little Pomelo that little Pomelo was on leave recently. He was a little worried and planned to go there. If he couldn't find her at school, he would go to the blind old man to take a look. Unexpectedly, near little Pomelo's school, Zheng Tan saw the three people who helped to collect debts that Mao had taught a lesson to. In the middle of the three people, there was a bearded man in ragged clothes. Zheng Tan had never seen him before, so he didn't have a good impression of him. The four of them were nestled next to a shop near the school. They looked impatient as they looked at the school gate. The ragged man was trembling with fear. He was very afraid of the three people. The four of them seemed to be waiting for someone. Zheng Tan carefully approached them and eavesdropped on their conversation. "Who is it? Did you see her? Are you King lying to us?" The leader said in a bad tone. "No, definitely not. Her sister said she saw her going to school here." The man in ragged clothes cowered. "Then why don't I see her? Go in and ask her to come out. I don't know which class she's in. I only know that she's called Huangjiu now." Zheng Tan was shocked. Huangjiu, wasn't that little Jiu? That person, after eavesdropping on their conversation, Zheng Tan found out that the bearded man was little Jiu's biological father. He was also the one who sold little Jiu. He drank too much, gambled too much, and now it seemed that he owed loan sharks. He sold his daughter and now he wanted his daughter to help him pay off his debt. Little Jiu's relationship with her family was very weak before she was sold. After she was sold, little Jiu had probably given up on her family. Little Jiu was clearly living well now, so why did this person still come looking for her? Was this the reason why little Jiu took leave these few days? "Hey, that. One of the three people who helped collect debts pointed at a girl standing not far away.